ایران غرق انقلاب است. کشور ما، تاریخ ما درسی دگر فرا گرفته، گویی اهورا مستا دوباره در نور خود مرا گرفته. اکنون سرودی سر میدهم باز فارغ از رنج و تشویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. هن ای پدر، هن ای پسر، برخیز و با ما شو همگام، تا درد آن تجربه تلخ ما را نکشیده در خواب. بگذار هر دم بغرند گرگ‌ها دم لباس میش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ای کارگر، ای برزگر، راحت قانون ادامه دارد در این زمان که پرتو یزدان از هر سو بر تو میبارد. پس پیش به سوی آزادی از بحر خزر تا کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خلقا به پا، بهر دفاع از استقلال و آزادی، تا بشکنیم پشت ارتجاع تیریزی ویران آبادی. تا زنده سازیم سنت‌های می از بر آیین و کیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. با امید روزی که تمام این دلبشو و انقلاب تموم بشه و ما در روشنایی، نور و سعادت مردم کشورمون غرق بشیم. نه خارجی، نه بیگانه، نه مستشارهای ویرانی، نه چیر خاران، نه کاسلیسان، فقط هم رزمان ایرانی. ما با شرافت میهنی بسازی بهر فرزندان خویش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. مردان بیایید داخل صف ما، اکنون که آغاز رویاست. دشمنان بدانید ما زنده هستیم، بعد از ما هم ایران پابرجاست. آن روح شیطان ما را فریب داد با صد شعار مردمیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. پرچم ما، پرچم ایران غرق خون شهیدان، روی شانه هامان حمل میکنیمش در هر خیابان و میدان. تا ماسک دلقکان را برداریم از روی تسبیح و ریش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. ایران غرق انقلاب است، به پیش به پیش به پیش. خاک پربار ایران من، تو ای مظهر عشق و ایمان من، تو ای زادگاه نیاکان من، تو ای مهد آزاد مردان من. به خاک تو بود از عزیزان برابر حقوق سپید و سیاه، یه دوران کورش در این بوم و بر شده پای ریزی حقوق بشر. زهر تیر و قوم و کیش و نژاد بود بین شارشته اتحاد. شو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، ملی بوم و بر زنده یک در نهاد. جهان آفرین تا جهان آفرین، نیاورد جز مهر و نیکی پدید. بداندیشی و کینه و دشمنی بود خوی و کردار اهریمنی. زمیندار گفتار و کردار نیک، همیشه پدید آید آزارنی. چو ایران ما مهد زیبایی است، مهین سرزمین اهورایی است. دلم می کند هر دم آهنگ تو، که ننگ است ماتم به فرهنگ تو. شو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، ملی بوم و بر زنده یک در نهاد. چنین ملت پاک و گردن فراز، به یک جنبش تازه بودش نیاز. بشد انجمن از دلیران پارس، ز پاکان و روشن ضمیران پارس. از ایران زداید نشان بدی، برافروزد آن پره ایزدی. سپربند کند بزم ناپاک را، کند بارور از هنر خاک را. هنر دانش و رامش و شادی است، هماهنگی و صلح و آزادی است. چو ایران نباشد تن من نباد، ملی بوم و بر زنده یک در نهاد.
Well, Durud Patriots, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. Thank you for tuning in to day 35 of Iran Revolution Live with your wonderful and amazing host, Armin Navabi.
And your wonderful and amazing host, Goldie Kamari.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Armin, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm doing better, looking more optimistic. Things are moving in the right direction. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm a little bit tired, but today's like a baseball hat kind of day, so I just feel like, wearing my hat all day and just hiding under it. But I'm good. A lot of news coming out of Iran. Where do we even begin?
The explosions, I guess, right?
Okay. Do you want to get right into that, or do you have footage, or should I go to the footage that I have? I know Tusi shared a
go
few
with
things.
the ones. Yeah, and after that, we could also do the respond to the Masih Ali-Najad nonsense. After we go through over there.
That one we definitely want to go over for sure. All right, so let me pull up some of the things that we're seeing here, guys. So we're seeing some explosions, very, very strange. So Now, keep in mind, all of this is unconfirmed. Okay, so we don't actually know what's going on. We don't know if this is confirmed or not either. Now, I'm just going to go through all of them because there's some conflicting reports as well. So, one of our trustworthy Iranian OSINT accounts about 4 hours ago, he said urgent. Several massive explosions have occurred in Parand city in Tehran province. So there's the smoke there. You can see. So this is in Tehran. Here's another photo, another angle. And there you go. So we don't know what that is. It could be nothing. It could be something. We have no idea. Now, this is the one that's very, very interesting. This one is 100% confirmed. So there was an explosion, Armin, at an apartment building in the city of Bandar Abbas. Bandar Abbas is, of course, in the southern part of Iran. It's a port city. Now, and the thing is, although the explosion happened in, a so-called residential apartment building, the residential apartment building, it actually belongs to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and it was a guest house for the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. So people affiliated with the IRGC, with the Islamic regime, would stay there. And what's really interesting about this as well is that the Islamic regime said that the explosion at this building is due to a gas leak. However,
Oh my God, again, yeah.
yeah. However, this building is not actually connected to the gas pipes.
Wow.
So, it was confirmed very quickly that even though the Islamic regime is saying that this was due to a gas leak, that's impossible because the gas pipes are not connected. So how could it be a gas leak? So here's one video of this.
Bandar Abbas, Boulevard Muallim.
He says Bandar Abbas, and then he says Boulevard Muallim. So I guess that means Muallim Boulevard.
معلوم نیست چی بود.
He's like معلوم نیست چی بود. We don't know what it was.
پهپاد بود، موشک بود، نمیدونم چی بود. زد دیگه حالا.
He's like, we don't know if it was a drone or a missile, but whatever it was, they hit.
Bandar Abbas, Boulevard Muallim. معلوم نیست چی بود. پهپاد بود، موشک بود، نمیدونم چی بود. زد دیگه حالا.
So there's that. Wait, I'm getting a notification here on my phone. Let me just see.
There's guys, if anybody has a video, send it to me because I'm looking for it. A video of Netanyahu as a Mamure Adare Gaz coming in and checking IRGC units. Guys, Iranians, you know what I'm talking about. Send it to my Telegram if you have that video. That's really good. If I could find it. Because a lot of people are now saying that, oh, he's back. Let me show you what I mean actually.
This is apparently the district of Shahryar in southwest of Tehran. Armin, let me know when you find that video, that meme.
این از شهریار دقیقا همین یه ساعت پیش شروع شد و اون طرف رو میشناسم منطقه نظامی.
So there's that. So a lot of unexplained explosions. Okay, so here's another one. So right now, the release of aerial footage of the explosion in Bandar Abbas coincides with the spread of rumors across the city. With the release of a video from an overhead view showing the intensity of the explosion in a multi-story building in Bandar Abbas, the rumor of the targeting of Tang Siri, commander of the naval force of the terrorist group IRGC, has quickly spread throughout the city. So there is a rumor going around Armin that Tang City was targeted. We don't know if that's true or not. We have to wait for more confirmation. Commander of the naval force has quickly spread throughout the city, while sources affiliated with the terrorist regime of the Islamic Republic have so far provided no clear details. The atmosphere of security and media silence has added to the ambiguity and public agitation. So this is the video. This is another angle of the video, of the building in Bandar Abbas that was, had a mysterious gas leak explosion.
اومدم بالاتر از یه ساختمون چی بوده خدایا تمام این ساختمون شیشه هاش شکسته بالا
I'll go back and translate what he's saying after.
و قلبون اومد تو دهنمون پشت خونه ما چی بوده این اصلا
Okay, so I'm going to translate for you what he's saying now.
اومدم بالاتر از یه ساختمون
So he's like, I went on a higher floor in a different building.
چی بوده خدایا
He's like, what was this? Oh my God. He says all the windows in the building, all the windows are broken in the building. Like all the way to the top, the windows are broken. It's like my heart rose up into like my mouth. It's like a saying. Like, what was this? What was this? So there's this video. And then, so Manoto also reported observation of heavy smoke rising from the 7210 area in Qom, February, or this isn't February, this is in Yazda Bahman, that's today. So the translation is wrong. It's not 11 February, that's actually January 31. It's just the month translates wrong because we use different months in Persian. So we don't know if this is an explosion or not, but again, like guys, it's not normal to just see like big black plumes of smoke like this. So like guys, this is not normal, right? Like we don't like there's not just like random, big fires like this happening across occupied Iran. So we don't know the source of this, we don't know the origin, but this is not normal. I mean, it could be something, it could be nothing. We don't know. And then this is interesting. So this is a video that's come out. And it's showing that people are sort of, in a way, they are like, look at this. Armin, what do you make of this video? This is right now. This is today in Tehran, the capital city. There's no audio, but
what are they doing? Blocking the streets, looking for suspicious people?
I don't know, but it seems like they're very uncoordinated. So
Yeah.
2C writes, oh yeah, they're in full panic mode. So yeah, it looks like the besieged militia are going around. I don't know if they're trying to find people, or I don't know what it is that they're doing here, but it looks very uncoordinated and it looks kind of panicked, right? Like, what are they doing?
Right.
But guys, this is what we mean when we say that the country is still under state of martial law, right? Like, you have all these motorcyclists from the IRGC. These are the people that are murdering Iranians, by the way. These are the Muslim Nazis. They're just like they're blocking the road in Tehran, and I don't know what they're looking for, but they're in a panic. Like, they're looking for something or someone.
So I have some I have some of the memes of of what people are making regarding the explosions. I don't have the. I'm looking for the video. The video is still not there. Neil Bunny sent me this. So this is basically Netanyahu as basically all these gas explosions. Iranian people always they make memes like this. So this is like it's Netanyahu basically responsible for the explosions. And then here's another one. Hold on, that I just got from somebody from Iran. Just sent me this one. But this is a video. This is not, yeah. So this is Mamure Edere Gaza. So he's basically Netanyahu visiting different IRGC homes, and he's like basically the agent. They're responsible for the gas explosions. But there's a really good video people made, like in 2025 before the 12-day war when the explosions were happening. I'm looking for that one, but we'll see. We'll see if somebody sends that to me. But yeah, these are every time explosions happen in Iran, people in Iran make AI images of Netanyahu like this and saying he's back. That's what they do. Yeah.
I have one too somewhere. I can't find it now, but national. Wait. Let me see if I can find that one. No, I can't find the meme right now, but there were a lot of memes from back in the summer where, yeah, they were basically claiming that Mossad runs the national gas company of Iran or something. So I'll see if I can find that later. But so here's another. So this is unverified again. So we don't know if this is true or not, guys. But apparently, like, black smoke is happening. But see, the problem with these things is that it's hard to verify because it's just difficult to confirm. And then there's this one too. This one in Qom. So someone is reporting apparently massive explosion, rising black smoke around the Qom area. But again, we don't know if it's true or not.
قم امروز 11 حالا 11 12 یادم نمیاد 11 بهمنه یه صدای انفجار و حالا دود شدید هلیکوپتر و اینا هم بلند شد.
So he's saying Qom, the city of Qom, and he's saying January 31. And then he's saying that there was a loud explosion, and he's also hearing helicopters.
قم 11 و ساعت حدوش ساعت 5 ساعت 4:23.
So there's that one. We'll get to the rallies in a moment, but there was one. Wait, I'm gonna delete this one. Okay, there was something about the building. Okay, I need to find it. The thing about the building in Bandar Abbas, that one that we know is confirmed for sure. Apparently, on the side of the building, they spray painted Javid Shah.
I'm getting a report that is, and wait, actually, that's unconfirmed. So I'm just gonna hold on. Somebody is saying I can't find it anymore, but they were some unconfirmed reports that an IRGC commander was
Yeah,
killed.
that's what I mentioned earlier. They're saying Tang Siri, who was the like the leader, like the head of the IRGC Navy, supposedly, but I don't know. Like it's unconfirmed, which is why. But this is the same building. Okay, this is the building in Bandar Abbas, and you can see on the side of it here, someone spray painted Javid Shah, and then people just like, I guess the IRGC quickly like scribbled over it to hide Javid Shah. So that, and this, we can, like, this is an IRGC building. See the barbed wire? So this isn't like a regular apartment residential complex. This building here was a guest house for people who are affiliated with the Islamic regime, because you don't just have, you don't just randomly have barbed wire around residential apartment buildings like that. So that building, yeah.
Look at this one. Bibi is at the door as a from the gas company is saying Daro baz kon Ali as a dare gaz omadam.
Too funny.
So, like, open the door, Ali. I'm from the gas company. Yeah. So, I don't know. Iranians having fun with that.
Wow. Okay. So there's that one. Oh yeah, this is the one I wanted to share. Okay. And then okay, so here's another video of the Bandar Abbas. So I'm going to play this and then we'll translate it for you.
ساختمون تازه ساخته شده. این علامه که گازشی که می‌بینید هنوز لوله کشی نشده، فقط لوله گاز در اینجا کشیده شده و می‌بینید به داخل ساختمون نرفته. اما گزارشگر صدا و سیما هم الان اومد گزارش گرفت که به خاطر انفجار لوله گاز.
Here, let me send it to you so you can translate this, Armin.
Okay.
Because this is important. Like, this is how, like, guys, this is why we can never trust Islamic regime media or any news coming out of occupied Iran from Islamic regime TV, because they lie. And this person right now just caught them in the lie. So Armin will translate the video for you.
All right, let me unmute my screen. All right, here, let's see. So you're saying this building was just built? So as you can see, it doesn't even have the pipes. I think the pipes for the gas is still not there. And this is the gas pipe only has gone this far only. And it hasn't, the gas pipe hasn't went into the building yet. But the state TV is saying that this was an explosion because of gas, but the gas is not even in the building. This is why, so this is why the Iranian people keep making joke about this, because whenever there's an explosion, the first thing that the state TV says are like, oh, it was a gas pipe accident. And recently we have had a lot of those, quote unquote accidents, and people make so many jokes about that, like, oh, Bibi caused another gas pipe accident, so-called accident. So yeah.
So we know for a fact that there was 100% an explosion in Bandar Abbas, because even the Islamic regime state TV has commented on it. So even though so this is how we know that it's happened, because even though the Islamic regime state TV is lying about the cause of the explosion. The fact that they're even mentioning the explosion, right? That in and of itself is confirmation that there was an explosion. Whereas in some of the other cities, they haven't even mentioned anything at all. So we don't know if explosions in other cities are confirmed or not, because they're probably, you know, trying to hide it or deny it. But for this one, this explosion in Bandar Abbas, obviously they cannot hide it, right? So they're trying to save face by coming up with lies. So someone here says the current situation in Bandar Abbas in Iran is after a terrible explosion on Muallim Street. A building has exploded and all the people are in the street. The intensity of the explosion was so great that the entire city noticed it. The explosion in Bandar Abbas resembles a drone and missile attack. So here's one photo again, and you can see the firefighters. Firefighters are there. Armin, someone's saying it was the vase.
اینجا ساختمان بهارستان هست در خیابان بهارستان واقع در بندر عباس. ساعت پیش بر اثر یک انفجار شدید همینطور که می‌بینید چند طبقه از این ساختمان تخریب شده و
Here, let me go back and translate this.
اینجا ساختمان بهارستان هست.
So he's like, this is a building in Baharistan.
در خیابان بهارستان واقع در بندر عباس.
In Bandar Abbas.
ساعت پیش بر اثر یک انفجار شدید همینطور
And 1 hour ago, there was a loud explosion.
طور که می‌بینید چند طبقه از این ساختمان تخریب شده و
And as you can see, a few floors from this building have been damaged.
شدت انفجار هم به حدی بوده که به مغازه‌های اطراف آسیب رسانده.
And he's saying, oh wow. So he's saying, Armin, the explosion was so great that it also damaged nearby stores in the area.
و چند نفر هم مصدوم شدن از تعداد
چند نفر چی شدن؟
A few people were injured.
جانباختگان هنوز خبری در دست نیست.
So he says, yeah.
مغازه‌های اطراف آسیب رسانده و چند نفر هم مصدوم شدن از تعداد جانباختگان هنوز خبری در دست نیست.
So we don't know how many people were killed.
Yeah. So he's saying he's confirming that a few people have been injured, but he's saying there's no confirmation on any loss of life just yet.
نیروهای امدادی هم در حال در دست نیست. نیروهای امدادی هم در حال امدادرسانی هستند.
نیروهای امدادی, what's that?
The emergency units.
Okay, so first responders are there. Okay, so there's that video.
Guys, somebody in the chat says they said masmoom. No, they didn't say masmoom. They said masdoom, like injured, not poisoned, injured. Masdoom.
Yeah. And then the caption here says Hamin Alon Bandar Abbas. Bandar Abbas is the name of the city. So Hamin Alon means right now. So right now in Bandar Abbas.
بچه ها همین الان تو بندر عباس یه جا رو زدن بلوار معلم، همه مردم تو خیابون آتش نشانی، خیلی صدای عجیبی غریب. وای این ساختمونه رو زدن. وای وای وای وای وای.
So he's saying
بچه ها همین الان تو بندر عباس.
So he's like so Bachaha is just slang for like hey guys. So he's like, hey guys, right now in Bandar Abbas, they hit somewhere on Muallim Boulevard. Everyone's on the streets. Firefighters are here. And then he's like, it was a very strange sound. And then he's like, voy, like, oh my God. They hit that building. which is like voy, which is like oh, right? So,
Wow.
yeah, like wow,
Basically, like wow.
basically. Yeah.
Bandar Abbas.
And then we've already seen this one here. I wonder, Armin, I wonder why the Islamic regime is saying that it was a gas leak when that was very, very quickly debunked, right?
That's just their go-to.
Oh my gosh.
That's always
And
their go-to.
yeah.
Yeah.
And guys, I know that you know, some of you are saying so and so was exterminated. Guys, we've seen the rumors, but we're waiting for confirmation, right? So we're not gonna like just say so and so has been exterminated until we have like confirmation from our reliable media sources. So, but what's interesting about this is that um this was some sort of
Oh,
internal attack because they spray painted Javid Shah on the Islamic regime building. Javid-
found the video.
Oh, okay.
I found the video by searching for Shalom, Shalom, Kheli Shalom.
Oh, okay.
That's what I found. Because I remember what Netanyahu said in the video, so I searched for that, and that brought it up. Shalom, Shalom, Kheli Shalom. All right, so watch this, guys. This was made like months, like in June 2025, because this is not new. Like the whole idea of like, oh, these are gas leak accidents was back from then. So this is not new. So watch this.
شالوم شالوم همگی شالوم ای زندگی شالوم
مأمور اداره گاز
شالوم
Yeah.
شالوم
That's funny.
Shalom, Shalom. Hameki
That-
Shalom.
That's funny. So, I mean, some people are saying it's Mossad. I have no idea. But this could also be internal, right? Because they spray painted Javid Shah. So this makes me think that this is definitely, you know, like Iranians are definitely involved somehow, right? Because guys, so Javid Shah is long live the king, right? Javid Shah has basically become code. It's become code for Iranians in occupied Iran. It's become code for us outside. Javid Shah represents the revolution, right? So the fact that this building was attacked and then there's Javid Shah there lets me know that there are various, well, it makes me think, and I don't know, Armin, if you agree or not, I'd love your input on this, but it makes me think that this looks like some sort of joint or possibly internal operation, right?
Yeah, makes it more likely for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's that. And then there's, wait, let me see. I'm getting a message here. Let's see if it's something. Okay, no, that's not relevant. Okay, so there's that. And then I want to do a quick search, Armin, but before I do that, I wanted to, and then guys, I know there's also footage from all of the rallies and demonstrations, and we are going to go to all of the rallies and demonstrations as well. Because remember, guys, this weekend we're having some massive demonstrations, pro-Iran demonstrations around the world. You guys, I think you guys already have the list. Let me see. Let me make sure it's in the.
Can I show a video from inside Iran? Okay. This is actually from January 8th. The video just came out and it's kind of like I've this is very interesting. Hold on. It's making a mess. There we go. So Goldie, like watch this one. This was from inside Iran, January 8th. The video just came out in the middle of the protests. Are you watching this, Goldie?
Yeah, I'm watching. Yeah.
I don't know. Do you see how much they love him, guys, inside Iran? This is really risky. This was in the middle of the protests.
And that's like a I guess homemade, or like, that's a poster that was printed in occupied Iran, right? So look at that.
Yeah.
Right? This is who people support, guys. King Reza Pahlavi, and they're all saying Javid Shah, which means long live the king, right? And then you have people who are outside of occupied Iran, who are trying to silence the real voices of Iranians by saying that, oh no, the king has zero support, right? So those people are working against Iranian freedom fighters when they say that.
I have one of the regime officials admitting that it's better on audio. I have the audio admitting that it would be better to kill people in the streets rather than arresting them and executing them.
Oh my gosh.
Do you want to hear that?
Sure. Like these horrible people.
Yeah, this is kind of intense. Hold on.
بعد شما میدونید اگر اینها تو
So this one has English translation, so I'm not going to translate. Just read the transcription.
بعد شما میدونید اگر اینها تو صحنه به درک واصل میشدن، هزینهش واسه نظام خیلی خیلی کمتر از این بود و هست که شما بخواید دونه دونه اینا رو اعدام بکنید، هر کدومش بشه پرونده فشار از جمهوری اسلامی. یعنی با هر منطقی، با هر زاویه دیدی نگاه میکنی، میبینید درست این بود که در یک اقدام قاطع و ضربه قاطع و نشون دادن مشت آهنین به اینا تو صحنه، اینا رو در صحنه محو می‌کردی. الان 3000 خورده میگن کل کشته بوده. این 3000 خورده اگه میشد 3500 تا میشد، 3800 تا میشد، 4000 تا میشد، حتی 5000 تا، هزینه‌اش برای ما کمتر بود که تا اینکه تو بخوای حالا دونه دونه امروز اینو اعدام کنی، فردا اونو اعدام کنی، فردا تو پارلمان اروپا راجع به این قاتل و این محارب در شرف اعدام نمیدونم جلسه بذارن، شور کنن، بیانیه بخونن، کارو حقوق بشری کنن، خانواده‌شون رو بیارن، خونه‌شون رو ببرن، پرونده درست کنن. اینا رو تو صحنه به درک واصل می‌کردی، خیلی نتایج بهتری می‌گرفتی، خیلی فشار کمتری روت بود. اصلا کار به این که چقدر آدمی وسط پرپر شده به خاطر این مسامحه، کار به این که چقدر خسارت دیدیم ندارم. الان کار به این ندارم. تو بخش قبلی صحبت بهش اشاره کردم. اصلا اینو بذار کنار. تو حتی نفع تو پرستیژت هم اگه می‌خواستی حفظ بکنی، باید اینو تو صحنه به درک واصل می‌کردی. موقعی که اوضاع شیر تو شیره بود اینا رو می‌زدی. بعد شما می‌دونید اگر
So some people are saying it was too fast. Let me just give you the message. He's saying that a couple of thousands were killed in the streets, and now it would be better if the numbers were more that we killed in the streets, because if we want to execute them one by one, that's going to make a lot of international, like that's going to cost us a lot, because like then there's going to be news about one execution, then the other execution, and that's going to bring down, like our prestige will be ruined. If we just wanted to go through executing these people, it would have just been better if we killed more in the streets, so we don't have to go through the rounds of executions and get like basically international condemnations for the executions. It would just be, we could have been over and done with them, the killing, if we just killed a couple of more thousands in the streets. I have another video of the Islamic Republic State TV's analysis on what happened during the revolution. I haven't watched it myself, but Sohail sent it to me. If let me know if you ever want to at some point you want to watch how the Islamic Republic.
Yeah,
now?
I just no. I want to share something breaking. Let me just want to post this, and I'm going to share this with you. Wait. Oh wait, post. What is this? Sorry. ARMIN. So, okay. In footage released by regime-affiliated media from the Bandar Abbas explosion site, one injured individual being carried on a stretcher is seen wearing a military uniform. At second 22 of the video, the military clothing of the injured person is clearly visible. So they were targeting someone like yeah.
پیش صدای مهیبی در بندر عباس شنیده شد. این صدا مربوط به انفجار ساختمان 8 طبقه 32 واحدی در بلوار معلم خیابان بهارستان اتفاق افتاده. این ساختمان هم که پشت سر من هست ساختمان بهارستان شمزه هستش. اساس اطلاعاتی که اورژانس استان به ما دادن در حال حاضر 14 نفر مجروح شدن و به مراکز درمانی منتقل شدن.
You don't know who that is though, but
مجروح شدن و به مراکز درمانی منتقل.
For people who are more aware of the uniform,
his hand is over that.
Yeah, he's covering. Like, is that on purpose? He's covering.
That's his face.
Yeah,
it's very, very blurry. But the IRGC, they messed up. They messed up by showing this. So this basic. So I just like I retweeted this. I took a screenshot of that, and I'm like, this is a military uniform. So we know for a fact that this was whatever this explosion was. This fake gas leak explosion was obviously targeting IRGC.
Yeah, probably something important was happening there.
Or maybe they were targeting someone.
But look, that seems like so deliberate that he's covering that. Like, it doesn't seem accidental. You know?
Yeah.
Like, he's covering that for a reason.
So this was just posted. Wow. So now we know for sure that this was like it's like all the pieces of the puzzle in terms of the explosion in Bandar Abbas, right? That at least is all adding up. That this was some sort of targeted attack on IRGC.
So guys, for Bandar Abbas, we have to remember that that's the main port in Iran, which if the Islamic Republic is trying to get rocket fuel in or different pieces to repair their rocket launchers or build new missiles to basically threaten different countries in the region as a deterrence against the United States to attack, it will probably come through Bandar Abbas. So that's why Bandar Abbas is such a key port when it comes to. This is why the Bandar Abbas explosion a couple of months ago was a very big thing to pay attention to, because it's also where the fuel for the missiles and a whole bunch of other things come through. So anything that the Islamic Republic wants to improve its deterrence capability probably would have to come through the Bandar Abbas port.
So more and more Iranians are posting about this building, and they're saying that this building, this isn't like just a regular like residential apartment building. This building in Bandar Abbas is affiliated with the Sepah and like Islamic regime security forces. The barbed wire, like he's like, you could see the barbed wire that's completely around the building. It's completely visible. And what's this? Shoma hala inkar konid?
Deny it. Like, okay, go ahead, and then he's being sarcastic. Go ahead and deny it if you want. Basically, that's what
okay. And then I think that's where they spray painted Javid Shah, that they've tried to cover it up. So there's that, and then
the buzz.
Oh my gosh!
It was the buzz.
It was the vase. Wait, what's the caption here? Yadi konim az iftikhar Goldie. Oh my gosh.
Goldie.
Here, let's watch the vase. Here, let me add some music to this. Wait. I'll add some music to make this more entertaining.
عزیزی شهید ناب سروان علی کهوری نژاد، شهید ناب سروان حسن رونده و شهید دریادار محمد ابراهیم رحمتی و شهید ناب سروان حمید قهرمانی و 10 ها شهید و 100 ها شهید سرفراز دیگر که در حراست و حفاظت و پاسداری از
I can't play Benny Hill music. I'll get a copyright strike. I can only play non-copyright, royalty-free music, guys.
You know what this is? This is not an ad for IRGC. This is an ad for whoever makes these vases.
I know.
That's what it is. or army. That's actually.
So uncomfortable.
Yeah, I think the vase making company hired the army to advertise their vases.
So embarrassing.
Oh, this is not even RGC. This is the Artesh. How embarrassing.
Yeah. So embarrassing. Before I go to the footage from the demonstrations, Armin, there's one more video that I wanted to show you. Remember the old guy, Master Splinter?
Oh yeah.
The guy
you
that
have the full version? Oh
yeah. I was, you know what? I sent it to you last night, but then you went. But I uploaded the full version, and then people wanted me to like translate what he was saying. So I was like trying to explain who like Imam Ali is and like Imam Hassan Hussein, and I was like, I don't know, Imam Ali is like, I don't know, the 100th Imam, and then Zainab is like the concubine of one of the Imams or something. Like I was just making up because I don't know who these people are. And then there was like Hussein, and then there was like Mahdi. So anyway, so here I found the full version here, and then after this, if there's no more breaking news from Iran, we'll go to some of the footage from the demonstrations. Oh, and by the way, Armin, the pro-Palestine jihadis are also demonstrating, and we'll get to that as well.
Oh wow.
Ya Ali, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Hussein, Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Reza, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Mahdi, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra, Ya Zahra.
They're not even coordinated.
İnşallah ki dünya ve ahiret az katı bilazına salavat versin. Allahümme salli ala Muhammed ve ali Muhammed ve accil farca. Bismillah.
Very high level training. Wow, so impressive.
But they're not even like coordinated. Like they're just like,
yeah, what the hell is How is this? Oh god, this is like elementary school level warm-up. Why would they put this on state TV? Like, this is embarrassing. So guys, you see it says Fatima on both sides. And guys, see all the things that they said. He said Bismillah a little bit, but see, you see most of the focus was on Ali, the first Imam, Hussein, the third Imam, and Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad. See, and then Mahdi, the 12th Imam, the Imam, the hide and seek champion of the world, Imam Mahdi. Right? So the Imam Mahdi is the number four most important person in the Shia Islam. Yeah, by the way, Goldie, did you know we consider Imam Mahdi to be the number one champion of hide and seek, because he's been hiding for 1400 years. Yeah. So again, guys, no mention of Muhammad. He said Bismillah just a little bit mentioning Allah, but most
He
of
did
it was
no, he did a
focused on
salawat. Yes, salawat فرستاد.
salawat and فرستاد. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
But mostly imams.
Oh, I guess this one has no volume, no audio. It's just another footage from Bandar Abbas. This was a very, very big explosion.
Yeah. Gas leak does not do such a thing.
No, gas leak does not do that.
I wonder who was there.
Barbod has a new song. Should we play it?
I do have some. Oh yeah, okay.
That's the Act Mr. Trump guy. He came out with a new song. All right, I'll save this for later. Guys, for when we go on like a commercial break or something. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to go to. Oh my gosh, what are those people? Okay, so guys, right now in London, even though we have like our pro-Iran rally demonstrations, the Palestinian jihadis have come out and they're holding pictures of Khamenei and they're waving the Islamic regime flag. So guys, like these people are terrorists, right? Garbage people, garbage culture. So when we tell you that Iran is occupied by like foreigners, right? This is what we're talking about, because these people aren't even Iranian. There might be like maybe 1 or 2 Iranians amongst them, but the vast majority of them are like from Palestine or Pakistan, or I don't know, they're Hezbollah or whatever, right? And these people are supporting the murderers of Iranians. So this would be like the equivalent of like, let's say during World War II, if people in the United States were walking around and like holding pictures of Hitler and supporting Hitler, this is the equivalent, right? And then you can see the Iranians on the other side. You can hear them chanting King Reza Pahlavi, right? Like, this guy is what? Like, he's like what? I don't know what country he's from, but he's obviously like South Asian. So he's like either Pakistan or Bangladesh or like India or something, right? There you go. Okay, this is Dusseldorf. This is Dusseldorf from today. Okay, I stand corrected. It's pronounced Dusseldorf. Okay, thank you. Dusseldorf. So there's Dusseldorf. This is today. We have a lot more of these for you guys. Oh, apparently the Prime Minister of Qatar is going to Iran. Ew, whatever. All right. And then okay. So this is interesting. So Shin is a very good OSINT account as well. So Armin, he's claiming that some local sources claim it was more than one explosion in Bandar Abbas, but we don't know if that's true or not.
That's big.
Yeah. Oh, see, even he confirmed it. Even he saw that news clip and he's like, this guy is literally wearing an IRGC uniform.
Yeah.
Okay. So there you go. Wow. Interesting. Okay.
So
Yeah.
They confirmed that it's IRGC uniform?
What? That's not true.
I don't.
It's not true.
Doesn't seem like significant enough for Trump to post that video. Is it real?
Oh my God!
Share it.
Oh my God!
He posted this video?
Yes!
What?
Yes!
Share it.
Okay. I have listen, I have Truth Social. I have Truth Social on my phone because it's easier to search for things. Yes, President. What?
20 minutes ago, apparently, huh?
Yes.
Whoa.
He posted two things. So he posted this. At 12:12. And then he quote tweeted that. And he posted this.
Happening now, Tehran. The IRGC are in
This is
panic
real.
mode, fully SHITing their pants.
Oh my gosh.
Why do you think this specific video is important to him? This must confirm that the reason why they're pooping their pants is because of America's involvement, or else he wouldn't be because America is doing something, or else he wouldn't be sharing this. He must be taking credit for it.
I don't know.
I think he's taking credit for it, which kind of suggests that the Islamic Republic knows that the United States is about to do something, and the United States is hinting, Trump is hinting that they know what we're about to do without him telling you that what they're about to do. Do you guys agree in the chat? I think this is Trump showing us that the Islamic Republic is panicking because they know what Trump is about to do. What do you guys think?
I mean, I can't assume. I mean, I don't know. We can't assume anything, but the only thing we know is that this is. Oh wait, I lost screen share. Oh, I lost audio. Sorry. Let me reshare.
From all the videos he could be sharing, why would he share that one other than wanting to demonstrate the panic that this is all causing?
Like he uploaded this video to his Truth Social. So he uploads this video to his Truth Social, and then he retweets that, retruths, whatever it's called, on the Truth Social. He retweets that with a screenshot from someone saying, "Happening now, Tehran, the IRGC are in panic mode."
Is it possible for us to play the video from there, from Truth Social?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here. This is the video. I mean, he could just be trolling, right? Wait. There's no audio.
I mean, he went out of his way to upload the video, which he usually doesn't do.
Yeah, President Trump uploaded this video to his Truth Social.
I don't think this is just a troll. I think he's like, this is a message that that there's chaos, that the regime is fragile. I think this is not just trolling. I think he's advertising the fragility of the Islamic Republic.
Where'd it go? This is why I have Truth Social on my I have like Truth Social installed on my phone, and my account is there because it's easier to navigate than here. But this is, guys, this is real. So he uploads this video, and then he retweets it with this image, with like this screenshot. Oh my gosh. Okay.
Also demonstrates how much his mind is on Iran, by the way. This is also
Yeah.
shows that. Yeah.
That is a very, very, very good point. And it goes to show, Armin, that we were correct when we were theorizing about the media blackout and OPSEC,
Yep.
right? Like
Exactly.
the media is not asking any questions for a reason. So, I mean, guys, the politicians don't upload videos randomly to their social media, right? Unless there's something going on. So I think Armin, I think this is his way of saying that he's paying attention to what's happening in the United States, in occupied Iran. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is going to energize the people in Iran, by the way. It's going to have a positive effect. Because it also shows that they haven't been forgotten. So this is going to have a positive impact.
This is so strange. Okay. This is so weird. So we have this explosion. We have Islamic regime in panic mode. President Trump. Oh, there's more bodies. Okay, this is more of those like pro-Palestine jihadis. Literally a bunch of like 7th century savages. Oh my gosh. I think I picked a good day. Oh, look at this. Oh, Said Qasemi-Nejad reposted you. Look at that.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, it says Said Qasemi-Nejad reposted.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Guys, that's Prince Reza Pahlavi's main advisor reposted this video that I just shared.
Well, let's read Armin's. You know what? Actually, I should probably add you to. There you go.
Oh,
all right. I should probably add my own account too, but whatever. I don't add my own account. Armin. So Armin wrote, she risked her life to send this directly to me, trusting me to show the world. Her message from inside Iran is clear. We stand with Israel. We want King Reza Pahlavi back, and we need President Trump's help to end this regime. Here's what she said. I speak from inside Iran to say that our leader is Prince Reza Pahlavi, and the people prove this by chanting his name in the streets, facing bullets. King Reza Pahlavi, this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. I also thank the people of Israel for standing with us, the people of Iran in the Lion and Sun Revolution. Am Yisrael Chai. Mr. President Trump, please help the people of Iran attack this oppressive regime and overthrow it and gift peace to the world. Thank you.
من از داخل ایران میگم رهبر ما شاهزاده رضا پهلویه و مردم اینو با صدا دادن اسمش توی خیابون جلوی گلوله اثبات کردن. کینگ رضا پهلوی این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده و همچنین از مردم اسرائیل تشکر میکنم که توی انقلاب شیر خورشید کنار ما مردم ایران ایستادند. I'm Israel Chai. Mr. President Trump, لطفاً به مردم ایران کمک کنید و به این رژیم ظالم حمله کنید و اون رو سرنگون کنید و همچنین صلح را به جهانیان هدیه کنید. Thank you. من از داخل ایران میگم.
Armin, I just want to share my live stream. Look at the emojis here. The Armin emoji is so good. Everyone's doing the Armin shocked face. Love that. It's a shame that we don't see it in like the StreamYard here, but
yeah, I know.
It shows. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go to some of the super chats though, because we want to make sure that we get to all of your super chats as well. And then we'll go to the rest of the breaking news as well. Armin, there's something feels weird. Something feels off. I don't know. Maybe something's going to happen today. I don't know. We don't know. But I feel like, I put on I decided to wear my MIGA hat today for the whole show. And now that I'm wearing my MIGA hat, we're getting like strange news coming out today. So maybe this is a sign that I should keep it on for the rest of the day. I don't know.
Keep it on, yeah.
So
do you think that it's worth, again, I know a lot of people would not like this, but for the few that, for some people who might be interested, do you think like sharing Polymarket percentages is worth sharing at all or not?
I mean, if you want to share it, you can, because I know some people look at that, but I don't really know much about Polymarket, and I've never done my political analysis based on Polymarket, but like I'm not opposed to you sharing that data if you think people would be interested in that.
I don't know if they would be. That's why I'm asking.
Okay, yeah. So ask the chat.
So
I mean, I'm open to that.
Yeah. Somebody's saying no to Polymarket. Okay.
Okay.
Somebody's saying I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So you look at the chat. I'm just going to read some of the super chats here. Someone said, sorry, I cannot pronounce your name because it's in Hebrew. Champions, all due respect for the important voice you constantly voice, waiting to hear good news for the citizens of Iran and the rest of citizens of the free world. Thank you very much. Have you heard from any Christians in Iran? Christians in Iran are persecuted just like everyone else. So we're all fighting. Gaston says, hey, Goldie and Armin and all the Patriots, protest in Stockholm, Sweden right now, live on YouTube channel, Svenska Epoch Times. Thank you for that. I actually do have Svenska Epoch Times here. So maybe what I'll do, while I'm reading your super chats, we'll just go to the footage here and we'll share some of the footage while I'm reading your. So the live stream just ended, but here you go. We'll go like this, or actually no, we'll just go like that, and then I'll just play the footage while I read through the rest of your super chats and we respond to them. So this was in Stockholm tonight. Goldie, I saw in loop the Ninja Turtle training video is funny with your commentary. Share it again. Oh, you want me to share my commentary for the Ninja Turtle video? Okay, I will. Okay. I will share that. Yeah, I was trying to Armin, I was trying to imitate you and how you explain Shia Islam, except because I'm not Muslim and I don't know anything about Islam, I was just making things up. So, yeah.
I actually think your made up version, it could be fun. Your Durka version.
I will play it for you. I will play it for you at some point during the break. If you guys want, I can make a video about it too. Okay. I'll do that. New member. So I can't tell if it's a new member on my channel or new member on your channel, but regardless, whoever's channel it's on, thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
No, I don't want to be princess. We already have a crown princess. Her name is Noor Pahlavi. We love her and she's amazing. So I do
Goldie be
not
the
interested in
foreign
being
ambassador, Canadian ambassador for Iran in Canada. That's what she's going to be. Yes.
I want to be head of SAVOK.
Oh no. Okay. Okay.
That would be fun. Another new member, thank you. Old Ironside, please ask the people of Iran to mention the date in the clips before they cut the internet. Yeah, so that's one thing that all Iranians do. So in all the clips that we shared with you already, Iranians do mention the date, mostly. Again, all the best for your important voice and your perseverance. I hope for good news. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Checkmate Stallion says Javid Shah. Elaine gifted, Atheist Republic. There you go. 5 memberships for Atheist Republic. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
Cessin Pixel says, I covered Feridun Farosad with Suno, and it turned out great. I'd love for you guys to hear it. Would be a good one for the music breaks. Okay, send us the link. Can you put the link in the chat? Put the link in the chat if you can, and we'll take a look at it for sure. We'd love that. Or you can email the link. Actually, you can email the link to Armin, to Armin's email address as well. B2X, justice for the gas company taking all the blame. Can you publish it, please? Publish what? Sorry, I'm not sure what you're. Can you please let us know what you're looking for us to publish? Securing the gas company part of HRH 100 is securing the gas. Probably. Yeah. We should put that in there. Jame his shuru shod.
I don't. Oh. So the tournaments for eliminating the officials have started again.
Yeah. So that's a joke. It's like, has the World Cup of elimination tournaments, has it begun?
Yeah.
We hope so. Chatterless became a new member. Thank you. Luke RBB, I gotta ask, those air attacks, do you think there will be more and something like Operation Rolling Thunder? No idea. I mean, we'll have to wait and see, I guess, right? President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are keeping their cards very close. So this was in response to the jihadi Pilates, when the old man was like doing his
jihadi Pilates. Yeah. I love that.
Jihad Kwando. Yes, that was Jihad Kwando. Yep. Stacey, I agree. Never doubt President Trump. That's what I've been saying from the beginning. And in all of my radio interviews, I've always, radio and media interviews, I've always said President Trump is a man of his word. And I 100% agree with you on that. What you're seeing now is what Mossad did before the war in Iran. Yeah, there were a lot of gas leaks there too.
Gas.
Oh, Team America Uncensored. Remember? Oh my gosh.
What?
So I promised the Americans in the chat that when United States strikes, I will play the uncensored version of Team America World Police. And I will keep my promise. We'll have to give a PG, R-rated warning in advance though, so that any young children who are watching, their parents can, turn the live stream away, because it is very, very R-rated. But yes, I have not forgotten my promise. I have not forgotten my promise, Steve. I will play Team America World Police when the strike happens. A can of US whoop ass is coming. I hope so. Or no, I hope so. I know so. It's just, hopefully sooner rather than later. Andre says, Tusi showed a video of an Iranian fighter stating, "We're not going to give in," etc. He was holding a pistol. There were rifles behind him. It seems that ammunitions are getting in for the people of Iran. We have heard that. So it could very well be a possibility. We know that earlier on, like at the beginning of the revolution, there was some footage coming out of Lordagon, where it looked like the Bakhtiyari tribes had been armed, but we don't know where those arms came from. They could have come from outside. They could have raided like Basij or police forces like HQ. We don't know, but it does seem like there is some sort of arming going on. Became a member, Mega Mad Mechanic, thank you. Jonathan Manson, Roger Waters, Pink Floyd defends IRGC, pitiful person, also defends the Palestinians, the current double trend of Palestinians inside. Yeah, 100%. And we called out, sorry, we called out Roger Water for that. Okay. I wish the Shah will return before Nowruz. Me too. I would love to spend Nowruz in Iran. I've actually never ever spent Nowruz in Iran.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I've only visited in the summer, like when I was a kid.
You missed that. You missed out on a lot of cash as a kid. On Nowruz, kids we get so much money on Nowruz because every time you visit someone's house, kids would get so much money from the people.
Well, we got AD here in Canada too. Like we got our ADs. Okay. Yeah, we got our ADs. But I would just love to like spend Nowruz in Iran. Oh, I think this is referring to my Jihadi Pilates video. That's okay. Mo made stuff up as well. Hello from Israel and Bapish. Thank you. So new member. Oh, so Robin is a new member. Thank you. Slightly technical new member. Thank you. Luke Rogo. Anyone having issues with Sifian conduit apps last 2 days? A few days ago, I was maxed out with connections. Now, not a single person is connecting to my nodes, doing what we can to help the Iranians. It kind of comes and goes. So I've like it's been on and off for me as well. I'm looking at it right now. Let me just pull it up. So wait, where did my thing go? Oh, here we go. So if I pull up my conduit here, can I even share like conduit? Let's see here. Can I just like share? Stop screen. Let's see. Window. Here we go. Okay, maybe I can. Okay, so this is, wait, let me just remove this here. So this is my conduit. So it restarted. So yesterday I was I think I had like 9 or 10 connected peers, and I was at about I think by the end of the day I was at roughly like 70 or 80 gigabytes transferred. Like I have unlimited internet, so there you go. And then this morning it reset, and when I first started, like when I first reset it, 0 connected peers, but now I'm at 4, and it seems like it's slowly going, and so far about over a gigabyte transferred. So I don't know what's going on, but it seems like it's like comes and goes, right? Okay, let me share my screen again. Stop screen, share screen. Okay, we'll go back to the footage from again. So this is all footage from Stockholm, by the way, right? As we're looking at the super chats. Christian, guys, continue your good work and go speak about Iran in the Yaron Brooks show. Okay, thank you so much for the suggestion. Free whistles for the IRGC and Palestiners. America, fork, yeah. Oh my gosh. And then watch former Liberal leader Del Duca raise the flag in Aurora. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. It's nice that, politicians are finally jumping on the bandwagon after so long. So, good for them. Good for them. Okay. This is Sweden. It's still going.
Going. Let me know if I can show some videos. Just a few. If it's a good time or not.
Yeah, I mean we're pretty much finished Stockholm, Sweden, and I went through all the super chats. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Oh, okay. By the way, some people really hate Polymarket. Most people said that show, but some people really hate it. So what do I do? Should I show? Let me just show.
Yeah, if you want to.
For most people said yes, show. But some people like really, really hate Polymarket. So Polymarket is, by the way, for people who don't know, is where people make bets on whether something is going to happen or not with their own money. And some people suggest that this is more accurate than political analysis because people put their money where their mouth is. I don't know if it's accurate or not, but I do sometimes check it. And so on Polymarket, the U.S. strike. It says U.S. strikes Iran by ... So if you look at the percentages, it starts becoming very significant after February 13th. So basically, like if you look at February 1st, only 11%. By February 2nd, only 14%. February 13th, 18%. Then February 4th, only 19%. February 5th, 22%. February 6th, 26%. But all of a sudden, February 13th, it goes all the way up to 42%. And then February 28th, now we're getting above 50%. February 28th, 56%. March 31st, 63%. And June 30th, 71%. So just wanted to show that with you guys. Let me know what you think about that. That's like very significant. So February 28th is when it gets more likely than not. So let me know what you guys think about that. Another video that I wanted to share with you guys. Let me bring it up. So this is a video of one of the people who was murdered by the Islamic Republic. He's being shown on TV, and his 3-year-old son is watching this on TV, not knowing that his father has died, but he's excited that he's seeing the picture of his father on TV, saying like, "Oh, look, it's dad," but he doesn't know that they're showing his face because he was murdered. So let's listen to this. He doesn't know he has lost his dad. Bob.
There's no audio. Armin, there's no audio.
Oh, sorry. Let me go back.
عادی فروغ بسکتبالیست قهرمان مسابقات دانشگاهی ایران بابایی بسکتبال 18 بابایی با شریک مستقیم گلوله بابایی بر اساس اطلاعات رسیده به ایران اینترنشنال خانواده 2 روز در کهریزک به دنبال پیکر فرزند نشان بودند تا او را پیدا کنند. عادی فروغ پدر یک پسر 3 ساله بود. عادی فروغ
So he's saying, mommy is dad. It's dad. Look, it's dad.
بمیرم. Okay, so this one is okay, so this is someone named Shida Rahbari. Wait, let me pull up my screen. So this is someone named Shida Rahbari, this young girl. She was one of the young students that the Islamic regime arrested during the 2022 protests. And this is her in London attending the London pro-Iran demonstration. So he's saying today is Saturday, January 31. Across from the American embassy, there's a huge crowd from Iranians. And he's like, as usual, the main slogan here is... And then he's like, so the main slogan, the main ask here is for President Trump to act as soon as possible. So he's like, and I ran into a good friend of mine, an old friend of mine, who we've also spoken about in Manoto News. She's like, we are here to be a voice for Iranians in occupied Iran. We're here to be the voice of the new generation. And she's like, we're not 1, we're not 10, we're not 100, we're not 1,000. We are millions of Iranians here. We're millions of Iranians in the streets. She's saying we're millions of Iranians in the streets in occupied Iran who are chanting Javid Shah, which means long live the king.
خیلی ممنونم، خیلی متشکرم از شهیدا.
And he's like, thank you so much.
خلاصه که اینجوری این سفارتم نشون بدم دیگه اینا آشنان با این سر و صدای ما و باید هم آشنا بشن تا زودتر اکت کنن.
Then he's like, so we're here for the embassy. The embassy is familiar with us and our chants by now, and we're glad that they're familiar because hopefully this will make them act sooner against the Islamic regime. So there's that post, and then here's another one from London. And this is in front of, so this one is in front of the Islamic regime embassy. Yeah, that's your favorite Iranian. You guys know that song. So you can see they even have, still have the American flag there. And there's a flag of UK as well, right? So as you can tell, like all the Iran rallies and demonstrations, very peaceful, very patriotic. Look at that. So you can see the UK flag and the American flag, right? So this is why we say this is, good morning patriots, Durud patriots around the world, because this the Iranian national revolution is a very patriotic movement. So what they're chanting there is Irani dad bezan, Shah to faryad bezan, which means Iranian yell, call for your Shah. So you know what? Well, I'll let me share these ones with you. So and then let's see if I can. Okay, there we go. So, what did you see, Armin?
Okay, this is very significant from a religious perspective.
Okay, go for it.
Ali Karimi just posted something. I think Iranian people will see how significant this is. You guys remember how I used to say Yazid did nothing wrong? So Ali Karimi just posted Zinde bad Yazid. Okay, Yazid is the guy who killed Imam Hussein in Karbala, right? So Ali Karimi just posted Dalil. Well, not just yes, this was in January 27, saying دلیل یزید نه تنها جنازه کشته‌های کربلا رو تحویل داد بلکه اجازه داد تا هر وقت بخوان مراسم یادبود بگیرن مذهبی حالا خود دانی. So when Yazid killed Hussein and all of his fellow 72 people that were with him, he actually handed over the dead bodies of the people who were killed to their family, and he allowed them to have funerals for them. So you're like, oh, you're so anti-Yazid. Guys, you have no idea. Yazid is like such an evil character in Shia Islam. he's like more hated by Shias than the devil. So this is like a blasphemy beyond all blasphemy to say Zindabad Yazid. This is why on the show sometimes I say Yazid did nothing wrong. Ali Karimi is like a footballist, like a soccer player. He's a celebrity, not just in Iran, but in the world. Like he's world famous for his celebrity status as a soccer player. And for him to come say this is like breaking of all taboos. Like this is not just being un-Islamic. This is basically like really I don't know, basically breaking all taboos and crossing all red lines when it comes to being anti-Shia. I like the Iranians in the chat are like really enjoying this because I think they're understanding the significance of this. It's hard to explain how significant this is to non-Iranians, but this is a big deal to say Zindabad Yazid. Wow. Anyways, Islam is done. Islam is done in Iran. Back to you. Sorry,
Yeah,
I just saw that. I just had to share that because
no. That's definitely significant. That's definitely significant. I'm glad you shared that, especially since Ali Karimi is very, very, very highly respected. I'm pretty sure he's going to have a role in the transitional government, or even like afterwards during the elections as well, because he's very, very well respected, well loved. So I just ran across this. I don't know if this is what do you make of this? I mean, I don't even know if I want to share this because like everything the Islamic regime puts out is fake and lies anyway. But so Iran International is saying that a website affiliated with Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps said Tehran had accepted sweeping nuclear restrictions, inspections, and even the removal of highly enriched uranium. But Trump is not seeking negotiations, but the disarmament and humiliation of Iran. Okay, this is interesting.
Wow.
Wow. Iranians know the nuclear issue is merely a pretext because the reality is that Iran accepted everything reasonable and logical. No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
They're lying. Oh my gosh. Armin, so to me, this looks like the IRGC knows the writing is on the wall because now they're lying. Like we have shown you all the videos of like Khamenei and other people who are basically threatening the United States and saying we're not going to agree to anything. Do you have one of those videos, Armin, of like one of the Islamic regime politicians who are, basically they say that we're not going to give in to any of the American demands and we're going to continue enriching uranium or stuff like that?
Well, I have to look for it, but the thing is that Trump doesn't want the discontinuation of just uranium enrichment. They want to be able to be there and verify everything all across Iran, which is a level of humiliation that the Islamic Republic will never accept. Like the Islamic Republic is like, oh, you just have to trust us, bro. Like that's what they want, right? So what Trump is asking is way beyond what they're saying. Like, oh, we accepted sweeping nuclear restrictions. No, they're basically what they're accepting is the IAEA visiting in their agreed upon enrichment uranium sites, whereas there's so many other hidden sites that they're not going to give them access to. There is no way that they will accept Americans, for example, showing up everywhere in Iran, checking everything. They're not going to accept that.
Yeah,
so, and that's what Trump wants.
Well, no, but no, I agree. But the way that the Islamic regime is writing this article, it makes it seem as if they have accepted what President Trump wants, which is not true, right? It's not true. So, so they're lying. They're saying, "Oh, we've accepted all the sweeping nuclear restrictions," and they're like, it's a lie, right? It's a total lie.
It's a lie because they accepted the milder version of it, not the full version of what Trump wants. And Trump knows that what he's asking is impossible for the Islamic Republic to give anyways. So it's basically an excuse to just attack them.
But look at this. So they're claiming that they even accepted the removal of highly enriched uranium, but we know that they never accepted that because in their talks, in their speeches, they kept on saying that we have the right to enrich uranium. And God, he even did it in the Fox News. He did it in the Fox News thing Remember?
Yeah,
Like,
Arakchi. You say that's all right. That's
yeah,
all right.
let me
Yeah.
bring that up. Oh my gosh, that's okay. Guys, see, like this is how
But
the
that was
Islamic regime lies.
so they would say that's before this, but it's nonsense because even during the Obama administration, when they said that they had stopped enrichment uranium, and they were lying. They were enriching uranium in hidden sites during the JCPOA times, during the agreement that they had with Obama. So even if they say it, they're lying. They always have their hidden sites where they're enriching uranium.
Yeah, so the whole point, like guys, the whole point of this is that this entire article that they've put out is a 100% fabrication, because they've even said that they have the right to enrich uranium to like 60% or whatever they want. And America has no right to stop them. But now, in this article that they just put out, they're claiming that they've actually accepted everything. Armin, so the reason that they're doing this is because they're like, this is like, they're doing this. Well, they're doing this so that when the United States attacks, they can have this article and basically say, oh, why did they attack us? This is unjustified. We accepted everything. President Trump is lying, right? So it's
Yeah.
they're trying to set it up. It's basically a setup. It's basically a setup. That's what it is here. That's all it is.
They're also trying to give ammunition to anti-Trump forces in Washington, D.C., to give them something to use as a way to limit Trump's ability to do anything. Using like NIAC and MEK. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, anyone who relies on Islamic regime statements or documents is pretty much a terrorist themselves, or like a terrorist supporter. So wait, I'm trying to see if I can find. Oh, here we go. Okay, I think I found the part where they talk about nuclear enrichment.
You came on this show and you said you were never going to reduce legitimate enrichment. You were never going to drop it down. You also talked about continuing a ballistic missile program. Is that continuing today? That's why the president said he was moving forward on the nuclear program that was expanding.
No, both enrichment and our defense capabilities are our legitimate rights. No, as a full and committed member of NPT, we have every right to do enrichment for peaceful purposes. And you cannot tell another country that you shouldn't exercise your right, otherwise you will be attacked.
Yeah, but Mr. Foreign Minister, we talked about this. We talked about this months ago. Are you open?
Remember that clip from The Dictator?
Yep, exactly what I was saying. I should have it ready. Actually, that's gonna get us a copyright strike, so never mind. But
no, I think we played it last time with no issues.
Yeah.
Let's see if we have it. Was that? Do you have that clip for peaceful purposes?
Oh, you want me to find it? Yeah, hold on.
Here, let me go back here, guys. Yeah. Peaceful purposes.
Goldie, you should edit it and put that here. Right here. You should make a video right after here.
Oh my gosh.
The Dictator.
That is such a good idea. Okay, you know what? I will work on that. I will work on that. But if you can find me the link and send that to me, I will make that edit as well. Oh my gosh. I should also do one with like the mariachi drones, like the lawnmower drones, and like loud noises.
Yeah, that's good. I found it here. I'll show it now.
Okay.
I come before you today to tell you that the world shall kneel before our great nation. We are 2 months away from enriching weapons-grade uranium to be used for peaceful purposes. It will be used only for medical research and clean energy. It will, and will certainly never be used to attack oh boy.
Perfect.
Oh, that's so good. Okay, if you could send me that link in WhatsApp, I will work on that for sure. Someone asked about the status of Discord. I'm working on it.
Yeah, that was on my channel. Can I make 2 points about the enrichment of uranium? So first of all, anybody, I see a lot of leftist YouTubers and commentators in America saying, "Oh, this was the Islamic Republic has always been enriching uranium for peaceful purposes." Just always ask them when they say that, why do they need to enrich it up to 60%? Every single utility that enrichment uranium could have, peaceful utility could have, is achievable right under 4%. Under 4%. There is absolutely no need for you to go up to 60% unless you're trying to make a weapon, nuclear weapon. People might say that no, that's 90%, Armin. What they don't understand is that it's so much harder to go from 4% to 60%, but it's really easy to go from 60 to 90. Like, it's like really easy. So when you're at 60%, you're basically, you can't go to 90% because if you do, then the whole world will turn against you. But keeping it at 60% makes it so easy for you to be able to go to 90 and basically have a nuclear weapon like that. And there's no other reason for you to have 60% enrichment of uranium. So that's one point. A second point that you have to remember now is that what Goldie just read, that's good news, because many of the regime supporters will see this as the weakness of the Islamic Republic. This is a new red line that the Islamic Republic has crossed, saying that we will hand over their enriched uranium to America. Offering that is a level of desperation that they didn't have before. This is a new low for the Islamic Republic. Even just announcing that is going to make a lot of regime supporters feel so humiliated that we're going to see defections from the radical side, not defections just from people from the Islamic Republic to the people side. We also have some people within that support the Islamic Republic who are even more radical than the Islamic Republic, and this is going to make people defect on that other side, which is going to cause more division and more chaos within the Islamic Republic. So this is good news for us. Oh, I need to send you this link. There. Sent. Oh, I sent it twice. Never mind. All right, Goldie.
Sorry, I was on mute. Okay. I have the videos. I'm gonna work on them.
Okay.
I mean, what I could do is I could send you my stream, let me send you the link to this, because this is like the feed on YouTube, sorry, the feed on X that I use to get like the breaking news. So let me share this with you. And then maybe you could pull this up on X. And then you can go through this list, because this list has, some of the most reliable accounts on it. And then we could also probably find footage from.
Add yourself to the list.
But I'm not new. Like, but this list is for me to look at, right? So, I mean, it's my curated list. So it would be weird for me to like add myself to my own list, but I made it public so like other people can follow along. But there you go. So you can scroll through that while I work on this quick video for you guys.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, so you're editing it right now. Okay. All right, so let's look at some stuff. Where is this? ویدیو جدیدی از ارومیه که امروز به دستم رسید. Oh, guys, Vahid Bahman is amazing, by the way. You should follow him. He's really good. He's like an Azeri, very, very patriotic, very pro-Pahlavi. He makes Azeri people proud. So he's saying a new video from Urumie that reached me today. So guys, you could follow him because he posts in Persian at the top and English at the bottom, so you could actually see the point from Urumia. Oh, guys, the point we really need to focus on is this: for the Iranian nation today, Pahlavi is the main connecting link between Iran's glorious past and a modern world-class future. So, do you guys understand why he's saying that regarding the city of Urumia? So this is a new video from the protests in Iran back in early January, and this is from the city of Urumia. And why do you think he's highlighting this? So you can see they're chanting in آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, which means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. Why is this significant? Let us know in the chat. Because you guys have already heard so many chants, this chant so many times. So why is he sharing this? Why is he sharing this? What's important? Anybody? Okay, I'm not saying anybody guessing why, because Urumia is Azeri, okay, is basically the Turkish-speaking part of Iran, right? So because a lot of people think that the Turkish-speaking population of Iran is cessationist, they're not with Pahlavi, they're not patriotic, they consider themselves Turk more than they consider themselves Iranian. You know, they want to secede, they're separatists and all that nonsense. And Vahid Bahman himself, being an Azeri, is sharing the protest from the city of Urumia, showing that they're chanting for Pahlavi, showing that they're nationalists, they're patriotic, they're united with the rest of Iran. And this is why, for him, when he says a new video from Urumia that reached me today, the point we really need to focus on is this: for the Iranian people, for the Iranian nation today, Pahlavi is the main connecting link. It doesn't matter if you're Persian, Azeri, Turkish speaking, you know, Kurdish, Lor, Bakhtiari, Baluchi, Arab, whatever. If you're Iranian, we're all connected through one name and one name alone. You know, we're all united. We're all Iranians, and Pahlavi is the uniting factor among us. So that's why this coming out of the city of Urumia is very significant, because it's a really strong FU to people who wanted to divide us through, you know, ethnic division. Does that make sense? Let me know if that makes sense. That's why this one was very significant. Let me retweet this. Let me know if the explanation makes sense, okay? Oh, this is so cute. Let me watch this one. Okay, that was pretty cool. Let me see if I get any. I do, Goldie. I do have a military update video that I wanted to go through. I don't know if that's
Yeah. Please, let's do that as well.
Oh, okay. Let me go get that, guys.
How does a smaller...
Do you guys want a military update? Because last time I did the military update, a lot of you were happy with that, like a visualization of everything. So let's watch this together. All right, so this is, I think this video is going to cover how the Islamic Republic might respond to the attack from United States. So this one is a new video. Watch this one.
How does a smaller regional power take on the world's largest navy with its massive aircraft carriers and advanced destroyers? Well, Iran's strategy isn't to face the US head-on. It is to rely on asymmetric warfare. Take this for example. These two civilian ships are sailing near an aircraft carrier. Everything looks completely normal. But then, with the press of a button, a shipping container doors opens up and out comes a missile. These are the self-made Iranian anti-ship missiles, which can still pack a punch.
Honestly, I don't know how realistic this is. They're like, oh, look, these are like just civilian commercial ships that are passing by. I mean, it's not like the Americans are just going to be like, oh, look, that looks like a private commercial ship. Let's not just check it out. Let's just allow it to do. Like, what do you guys think? Like, is that realistic? The Americans are like, oh, that nothing to see here. That just looks commercial. So let's just let it pass by, I guess. I think the Americans will notice. Okay, I think the Americans will just not allow that. I'm not sure if that's easy.
A missile. These are the self-made Iranian anti-ship missiles, which can still pack a punch. This is instantly followed by a swarm of low-flying drones and fast attack boats from within the cargo ships, and not to forget the small midget submarines.
Midget submarines. Those are the toy submarines that we talked about.
These submarines can launch torpedoes at the same time. In quick succession, it can pass through the carrier's strike group defense system and even achieve 10% impact. They might not sink the carrier, but they can damage it enough to make the waters too dangerous for the US to operate in. So let's look at the 4 key tactics they would likely use. Tactic 1. First and perhaps most famous is the swarm. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy operates hundreds of small, fast attack craft armed with heavy machine guns, rockets, and anti-ship missiles.
The problem with that is that they have radars that will see them coming from so far away. They have a plane that goes ahead of the USS, like is basically the USS Abraham Lincoln is basically right way ahead of it, and the radar could see things coming at it from miles away. So I don't think these boats have any chance getting close to the carrier group. I think they're going to take them out with their helicopters and their planes way before they even get close to it.
Tactic here is simple, but deadly. Instead of trying to fight a US destroyer one-on-one, which they would lose, they deploy dozens of small boats simultaneously from every direction.
Yeah, I don't think they have any chance getting that close. I think way before they get there, they would be taken out by US helicopters and planes.
The goal is to overwhelm the US ship's defensive systems, like the phalanx, by presenting more targets than the ship can track and destroy at once. Moving to Tactic 2, mining the Strait. Next, we have the silent killer, mining the Strait of Hormuz. This is the world's most critical oil choke point.
Oh, guys, we have a picture for this one. Hold on. Mining the Strait of Hormuz. Hold on. I have a picture of that. There we go. This is what it looks like. Okay. This is what that looks like. Hold on. Yes. So this guy will basically stop all of it. But this is also a joke, in my opinion, because mining the Strait of Hormuz, if they ever do that, that will be the last day of the Islamic Republic, because the Islamic Republic right now, the only way for it to be able to survive right now is to pay for the cost of deterrence and the cost of the suppressing the Iranian people. If you close the Strait of Hormuz, then basically the Islamic Republic will not be able to sell its own oil and gas. The Islamic Republic's own oil and gas goes through the Strait of Hormuz. So yeah, this might scare the whole world, because 20% of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz, but that includes Iran's oil as well. So if they close it, they will suffocate. They will not be able to pay for anything. That would be, if they do this, they're basically choking themselves. They will die within minutes. Like, I don't understand how this is even a deterrence. Like, I always compare it to pointing a gun towards your own head and then aiming it in a way that when you shoot yourself, you get bloodstains on the person that you're aiming at. Like, you're killing yourself. This is like a bigger threat to the Islamic Republic itself than to the rest of the world. So I don't understand how this is even an option.
Iran maintains an inventory of thousands of naval mines, including smart mines that can listen for the specific acoustic signatures of enemy ships. In a conflict, Iran could use submarines, small boats, or even disguised civilian vessels to drop mines right into the shipping lanes. The goal here isn't just military, it's economic. This would deny the U.S. Navy safe passage and immediately spike global oil prices, inflicting massive...
Yeah, it would be U.S. Navy would not pass, but so does Iran, the Islamic Republic's own, oil shipment.
The U.S. Navy safe passage and immediately spike global oil prices, inflicting massive economic pain on the U.S. and its allies. Here comes...
Also, another thing that would do would be that would unite the whole world. That would unite the whole world to come and stop the Islamic Republic. You understand that if you do this, even China will join the United States to topple the Islamic Republic. But if you close the Strait of Hormuz, you're basically also bankrupting, China's oil market, oil industry, like all imports. Because this is not just the Islamic Republic oil that comes out of this. Saudi Arabia's oil comes, and Iraq's oil comes out of this as well. So if you close the Strait of Hormuz, you're going to get United States and China on the same side to topple the Islamic Republic. And also every single other country that is not an oil exporter, Europeans will be sending their own military as well to topple the Islamic Republic if you want to close the Strait of Hormuz. You will unite the whole world against you. So I don't see how that's an option.
Massive economic pain on the U.S. and its allies. Here comes Tactic 3, the kill zone. Third is the geographic advantage, coastal missile batteries. The Iranian coastline is mountainous and rugged, perfect cover for mobile missile launchers.
These could be taken out within minutes by Israeli S-35s.
Iranian coastline is mountainous and...
No, sorry, F-35s, Yeah, sure. You put these right here and make them operational, and then watch Israeli F-35s just take them out one by one within minutes.
Rugged, perfect cover for mobile missile launchers. The regime also employs shoot-and-scoot tactics using truck-mounted cruise and ballistic missiles. They fire a missile and immediately move to a new hiding spot before the U.S. can strike back. This effectively turns the Gulf into a kill zone.
What do you mean? I don't understand this. Before they could strike back, they're going to be seeing them before they could even shoot their missiles. Like right now, especially the southern part of the Iran is being monitored with observer drones 24/7 right now as we're speaking. So if they bring these forward and while they're making them operational, the United States will be able to notice that, oh yeah, they're getting ready to use them, and they will take them out before they can even shoot a missile.
Where U.S. ships are under constant threat of fire from land with nowhere to hide. Tactic 4. We have the ambush threat, midget submarines. The Persian Gulf is actually quite shallow, which makes it difficult for massive U.S. nuclear submarines to operate. However, it is perfect for Iran's fleet of diesel-electric mini-subs, like the Ghadar class.
Yeah, but basically submarines that are easily detectable on radar. Because they're not nuclear, they're diesel, and they could be easily detected on radar, so you're gonna be able to see them from miles away.
It is perfect for Iran's fleet of diesel-electric mini-subs, like the Ghadar class. These small subs can sit silently on the seafloor, waiting for a target to pass overhead before firing torpedoes. It's a surprise ambush tactic designed to damage...
How is it surprise if they're so easily detectable by radar? How is that a surprise?
High-value assets, like carriers or destroyers, while remaining almost impossible to detect by sonar.
How are they impossible to detect by sonar? I don't know. I think they're actually easy to detect, given... guys, remember, they make loud noises. Remember, the Islamic Republic is very proud of making loud noises, so I'm pretty sure they're detectable.
Small but stealthy diesel-electric submarines designed for operations in the shallow waters of the Persian Gulf pose a significant threat to U.S. aircraft carriers. The Ghadar-class submarines, which are difficult to detect due to their small size and low acoustic signature, could position themselves in strategic locations near key naval choke points, such as the Strait of Hormuz. Equipped with heavyweight torpedoes and capable of deploying naval mines, these submarines could launch surprise attacks on U.S. aircraft carriers. By waiting in ambush near expected carrier movements, Ghadar-class submarines could fire a coordinated torpedo strike, targeting the hull and propulsion systems of U.S. carriers.
Guys, if there was just as easy to take out a U.S. guys, these carrier strike, this airstrike carriers groups, they're so expensive and such an important part of the U.S. military that they have done everything to make sure they detect whatever is coming at them. It's basically impossible to get close to these things without them realizing that something is getting close. The United States has used such advanced technology to make sure that nobody could surprise them. And if anybody could surprise them, I'm pretty sure it's not the Islamic Republic. Like, at least say maybe like China will be able to surprise them or something like that. But Islamic Republic surprising, the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier strike group is I think it's a joke. I don't understand why this guy is even saying.
Successful torpedo strike on an aircraft carrier could disable its flight deck operations, significantly reducing the U.S. Navy's ability to project air power in the region.
You know what? Actually, I support this. You know what? Yes, you can. Try it. I dare you. Guys, I take everything back. You know what? We encourage this. You can do it, Islamic Republic. We believe in you. We believe you. You can do it. Give it a try. I'm sure it will end up working out for you. So please, yes. Let's see what happens.
Significantly reducing the U.S. Navy's ability to project air power in the region. Additionally, these submarines could lay underwater mines in critical sea lanes, forcing U.S. warships into predetermined ambush zones where Iranian missile and drone attacks could follow up.
By the way, I don't think the carrier strike groups will even come into the Persian Gulf. Look at this imagery. Look at this.
Additionally, these submarines could lay underwater mines in critical sea lanes, forcing...
So look, this is the Persian Gulf, and these are the U.S. carrier strike groups. And this is the Persian Gulf. Why would they come here? They could be in the south of the Sea of Oman, and they could just be there. They don't need to get this close. All their fighter jets that's close enough to be able to do whatever they want inside Iran. They don't need to get this close to the shore.
U.S. warships into predetermined ambush zones where Iranian missile and drone attacks could follow up.
First of all, 3 airstrike carriers. 3? How did you get 3? I think they have one close to the Persian Gulf, and then we have one in the Mediterranean Sea. I don't see them having 3 inside the Persian Gulf. We already have the George H.W. Bush one close to the Mediterranean, and then we have the USS Abraham Lincoln at the Oman Sea, and I think that's already basically completely surrounding the Islamic Republic from all sides. That's good enough. I don't what you're saying in the screen will never happen.
Tactic 5. We can't ignore the aerial threat.
Guys, remember these drones? The video that Goldie showed with the loud noises, that's what they were showing. These are the Shahed drones. So these Shahed drones, they make, as we showed in the video, they make very loud noises. So they are also detectable because of that, they are pretty easily detectable from very far away.
Tactic 5. We can't ignore the aerial threat. This is drone warfare. Iran has invested...
Guys, is this a joke? What are you talking about? These Shahed drones, they're so slow. The only way they might work is that if you send so many of them, thousands of them at the same time, And remember, like, for example, when the Islamic Republic used these to attack Israel, what they didn't mention in that video is that none of them made it to the borders of Israel. I forgot to mention that to you. During the 12-day war, when they sent the Shahed drones from inside Iran towards Israel, the missiles that they sent, they reached Israel, but not a single one of the Shahed drones actually got even close to the border of Israel, let alone landing somewhere in Israel.
The aerial threat. This is drone warfare. Iran has invested heavily in becoming a drone superpower in the Middle East.
Like, okay, this is so stupid. Somebody saying, you are not a military expert. Please don't underestimate the IRGC. Okay, first of all, I'm the one who has told you not to underestimate the IRGC. But this is a joke, and I don't need to be a military expert. I followed the military experts, so this is what I'm hearing from them. So please keep that opinion to yourself, because that's my opinion. You're telling my opinion that I told you back to me when it comes to not underestimating IRGC. That's what I told you. That these strategies here are a joke because of what I'm telling you, right? But I'm not saying they're not going to be able to cause any damage. So, for example, during the 12-day war, what the Islamic Republic did was a joke. It was pathetic. However, Israelis were killed. Some buildings in Tel Aviv were destroyed. So yeah, no, I don't underestimate them, because every life is precious. Every life needs to be protected. So no, I don't underestimate them. But they are pathetic. They are a joke, and that is a correct analysis. And don't repeat my own statements back at me. I know what I'm doing.
East. In a conflict, they would use UAVs not just for surveillance, but as loitering. Iran has invested heavily in becoming a drone superpower in the Middle East. In a conflict, they would use UAVs not just for surveillance, but as loitering munitions, essentially suicide drones. The tactic is to launch them in massive waves to crash into the sensitive radar dishes and flight.
Yeah, so here's the thing. Yes, if these carrier strike groups were inside the Persian Gulf, so close to the shore, and you had thousands of them coming at them, yeah, they would be difficult to stop. Okay. However, this is why they don't get this close. And Shahed drones coming from so far away from Iran towards the Oman Sea they are going to be able to stop them exactly how they stopped every single one of them during the 12-day war before they reached the borders of Israel. So we already have seen this. If the carrier strike group ever gets this close, it will only be after they have completely neutralized all defense capabilities by the Islamic Republic. Like, guys, you don't think that the people who are manning these ships, they don't know the ability of the Islamic Republic? Do you think they're going to put themselves in a position where the Islamic Republic could do harm to one of the 11 airstrike carriers of the United States? Do you think they don't know? They haven't assessed exactly what the abilities of the Islamic Republic is? I'm pretty sure they know more than me and you.
Decks of U.S. ships. The goal is to blind the fleet's sensors and halt flight operations, leaving the ships vulnerable to missile attacks.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure America is going to allow this happen to one of its 11 airstrike carriers groups, and they don't know. Like, you're going to be surprised. Like, oh my God, we didn't know they have drones that they could basically take out our, fighter jets on our air. Yeah, this is going to be embarrassing for the United States, and they're not going to let that happen.
Let's look at Tactic 6. The U.S. fleet relies on ports in Bahrain and air cover from bases in Qatar to sustain the.
Let me actually tell you the most realistic. I don't know what other tactic this guy is going to mention, but let me tell you what's the most realistic tactic would be if I was the Islamic Republic. Okay, the most realistic tactic is two things. One, okay, I cannot cause much damage to U.S. assets. I cannot cause much damage to Israel. Okay. I could cause havoc in Dubai. I could look at those tall glass buildings. Okay. Doha, Dubai, Riyadh. How about those? How about those? What if I sent like a whole, what if I, you know, water facilities, the water facilities of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar, if I damage those, you know how devastating to their economy is going to be? What about their oil facilities? What if I target their oil facilities? What if I sent 1,000 drones to oil facilities of Saudi Arabia? How about that? That is a deterrence capability of the Islamic Republic that you need to take seriously. That is one thing that I could do. That's number one. Two, okay, so what this guy is saying here, these are not very serious, okay? Another thing that the Islamic Republic could do that you should take seriously, is maybe I don't have enough enrichment uranium and the ability to put it on a missile to make a nuclear bomb at the moment. However, I have enough enrichment uranium to make dirty bombs and basically either somehow use it across all around Iran and maybe even inside Iran. Because if I'm going to lose, I might want to just take out the country with me, right? How about that as a deterrence? Or if I can't even figure out how to use them against my neighbors or even inside the country, how about I just find all the terrorists in the groups and just hand it over to them? How about I just make dirty bombs right now, which I'm pretty sure I have some already, and I just give them with the 60% enrichment uranium that I have, and I just hand it over to every terrorist in the region? How about I threaten you with that? So these are the actual deterrence abilities that the Islamic Republic has right now. Does that make sense?
The fight. Iran possesses the largest ballistic missile arsenal in the Middle East.
We saw how that worked out for them during the 12-day war.
Strategy includes massive missile barrages targeting these static headquarters and logistical hubs. The goal isn't just to destroy buildings, but to deny the U.S. Navy the fuel, ammo, and command support it needs to stay in the fight. If the ships have nowhere to dock, they can't stay in the Gulf. Iran's military strategy for
but the ships don't need to stay in the Gulf. They could, like, guys, you see down here, that's the Oman Sea, Daryai Oman. If they're just somewhere down here, they're gonna. That's enough distance. That's a small enough distance for their fighter jets of United States to be able to do whatever they want. Okay. Also remember that up here they also have access from the airspace of Iraq and Syria, given that they have no ability to stop anything coming from their airspace and they can't even detect it. Everything could go from there as well. You don't need to be in the Persian Gulf.
If the ships have nowhere to dock, they can't stay in the Gulf. Iran's military strategy for targeting U.S. air bases in the Middle East would likely rely on a coordinated, multi-domain approach. By combining its missile arsenal, drone capabilities, and proxy forces, Iran aims to overwhelm...
What proxy forces? Hezbollah is beheaded. Hamas is beheaded. The Houthis have been beheaded. I mean, they're still there, but their latest assessment showed that they have 20% of their earlier capabilities. So there's enough proxy groups available to basically give them a dirty bomb and make them spread it around the region, but not enough for them to fight on behalf of the Islamic Republic and defend them. They have you have Hashd-e-Shaabi coming from Iraq killing Iranian people, but that's all they know how to do. They're not going to be able to do much against Americans.
Combining its missile arsenal, drone capabilities, and proxy forces, Iran aims to overwhelm American defenses and inflict significant damage. Among the high-value targets, Iran would likely prioritize our Al Udeid air base in Qatar.
Well, that has already been emptied, so what would that do? The Al Udeid base in Qatar hasn't that been evacuated? Or did they refill it again?
Naval support activity, NS at Bahrain, multiple U.S. military bases in Iraq, and Al Dhafra Air Base in the United Arab Emirates. This approach reflects Tehran's broader strategic objectives, deterring U.S. military intervention, retaliating...
Guys, this is actually I think my response to this video is very educational. Anybody who doesn't understand the value of me responding to this, you don't understand what I'm doing. This is actually very helpful.
Broader strategic objectives, deterring U.S. military intervention, retaliating decisively in the event of conflict, and asserting its influence across the region. One of the most probable targets in a direct confrontation is Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar.
I don't understand Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar. Like, they have evacuated. Like, guys, can somebody correct me? Did they not evacuate it? Like, what would that do? That would not do anything.
As the largest U.S. military installation...
Did they evacuate this? Can somebody check this? Partial evacuation? Okay.
In the Middle East, it hosts around 8,000 American troops and serves as the regional headquarters for U.S. Central Command.
Yeah, they're not relying on this anyways, because Qatar and Saudi Arabia don't want to allow the Americans to use their bases and their airspace for any attacks. This is the whole point of bringing the airstrike carrier strike groups, because they can't use their bases of Saudi, on an airspace of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and Bahrain and stuff like that.
The base plays a crucial role in supporting air operations across the region and is a
No, it doesn't, because Qatar is not allowing it, unless they're lying.
Central pillar of the U.S. military presence in the Gulf.
What is it? Does this guy not know that Qatar is not allowing the Al Udeid Air Base to be used for this war?
To strike Al Udeid and similar bases, Iran could deploy ballistic missiles such as the Fadi-110, which has a range of about 300 kilometers.
Guys, if I was the Islamic Republic, I would be threatening the city centers rather than the military bases, just to get Qataris and the Emiratis and the Saudis to use their lobbying power in Washington, D.C. to stop this war from happening. I would somehow leak the information that I'm thinking about targeting populated city centers rather than air bases, military bases. That's what I would do if I was the Islamic Republic.
QN1, capable of reaching up to 800 kilometers. If it uses a proximity...
I mean, by the way, guys, I'm not just saying that because out of nowhere. The Islamic Republic has marketing videos saying that, oh, those are some really beautiful, nice, tall glass buildings that you have. It would be a shame if something happens to them. This has actually been the narrative of the Islamic Republic. Okay, Goldie, you go ahead.
I was just going to say, when you're done, I have a new statement from President Trump.
Well, that's a higher priority. Should we just jump to that right away?
Okay, so Iran International. So President Trump said this to Fox News. So I'm going to see if I can find the Fox News article. So apparently, U.S. President Donald Trump told Fox News, it is true that Iran always wants to negotiate without being clear to one end, but they are negotiating, so we'll see what happens. The last time they negotiated, we had to take out their nuclear, didn't work, then we took it out a different way, and we'll see what happens, Trump said on Saturday, which kind of goes to like what I've been saying about, when President Trump talks about negotiation, he doesn't mean like, settling, right?
Right.
Look at this. So President Trump on Saturday posted a video showing heavy police presence in Tehran and reposted a comment that said, happening now, Tehran IRGC are in panic mode, fully pooping their pants. Yeah, that's actually really funny that President Trump posted an image that says fully pooping their pants. Reports. Okay, but where's the actual... All right, I'm going to see if I can find the Fox News. I'm going to try to find the Fox News clip where President Trump said that. But this is breaking. But I just wanted to share this really quickly. Are you ready?
Enrichment,
yes,
and our defense capabilities are our legitimate rights. As a full and committed member of NPT, we have every right to do enrichment for peaceful purposes. And you cannot tell another country that you shouldn't exercise your right, otherwise you will be attacked.
We are 2 months away from enriching weapons-grade uranium to be used for peaceful purposes. It will be used only for medical research and clean energy. It will, and will certainly never be used to attack oh boy.
There you go. That video's on the Iran Revolution live playlist, guys. So you can find the video there.
Amazing.
But okay, I'm gonna find this President Trump video if I can. You can go back to the military analysis if you want.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Let's go. Let's remove this. Add this. Okay, let's just finish this.
Fuse, it may detonate just above the surface, airburst, to maximize fragmentation and increase the affected area. Complete destruction of unarmored structures and lethal to unprotected personnel. Extreme overpressure, possibly 100 to 300 psi in this zone, will destroy hardened aircraft shelters, fuel tanks, and command posts if directly.
This is actually a suicide mission. Like, let's say hypothetically they would do this. Okay, what do you think America is going to do if the Islamic Republic is successful to carry out such a major attack against one of their bases? You'd be like, oh, okay. Oh, wow, you did this to our base. I guess we will retreat and just let it go. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure that this would demand a major response. So this is if they even are successful at doing something like this, it's a suicide mission.
Hit. Depending on where these missiles are launched from, they pose a credible threat to key U.S. installations across the Gulf. In Bahrain, the Naval Support Activity (NASAD) base serves as the headquarters of the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command and the U.S. Fifth Fleet. With more than 9,000 American personnel stationed there, it is the only permanent U.S. naval shore base in the Middle East. Its port facilities are capable.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure if they're ever at risk, they will evacuate these areas. Nothing will happen to them.
Capable of accommodating aircraft carriers and amphibious ships, making it a vital maritime hub.
These are guys, the Islamic Republic is going to go for soft targets. Like we saw this in the 12-day war. Like in the 12-day war, they weren't like in Israel, they weren't even like aiming for military bases in Israel because they knew that they're not going to have much luck with that. They were targeting downtown Tel Aviv, where the civilians are.
Given NSA Bahrain's role, Iran may also target U.S. warships in port or operating in nearby waters. It possesses a highly developed arsenal of anti-ship cruise missiles, launched from coastal batteries or naval platforms, which can threaten U.S. naval superiority in the Persian Gulf. Iran may also exploit proxy forces in Yemen and pro-Iranian militias in Iraq to launch indirect attacks or stir instability within Bahrain itself.
Sure.
In Kuwait, the U.S. maintains a strong presence at Camp Arifshan and Ali Al Salem Air Base, which together host around 13,500 troops as of 2021. These facilities act as key operational and logistical hubs.
I just remember during the 12-day war, the Islamic Republic used more missiles than it ever had in its history, and less than 30 people died in Israel, and only one soldier died that wasn't in active duty. So this was the first war in the history of Israel that they didn't lose, that they managed to not lose a single soldier in active duty. And while Israel managed to take out every single head of IRGC, every single one of them, the Islamic Republic, with all the missiles that it threw at Israel, not a single soldier, active in duty soldier from Israel died. Not a single. That's a record in Israel's, like, from all the wars that Israel has been involved with, they never experienced anything like that.
Hubs, particularly for U.S. missions in Iraq and the broader Gulf region. They also used the Soviet-era anti-ship missiles.
There's somebody saying, no, Armin, Iran actually struck Israeli military bases. I saw the big hole that they make on the side of the base. And on the very same day, the base was operational. Yes, I remember that. I'm saying that most of the missiles were targeted at highly populated areas. I didn't say they didn't throw anything at the military bases. I remember the big hole on the side of the base, which didn't even stop the operations of the military base. I remember that, yes.
Solid booster and liquid fuel attached to it, produced during the Cold War, is employed for the attacking mission. When launched, the first stage booster fires off for 2 to 3 seconds, after which the second stage takes off. It searches for a target using analog radar. When locked and ready, it can destroy a ship using a hollow-shaped charged warhead. This has the potential to either destroy or sink a cargo ship if it hits at the right angle. Scenario 2. This involves the use of a Soviet-era missile that was re-engineered by the Iranians, converting it into an anti-ship missile. The converted SA-2 missile can be launched from within 45 kilometers or 28 miles from the target. Take, for example,
what the hell? Like, are they actually going to come to the look at the map?
From within 45 kilometers or 20.
Like, why would they be in the Persian Gulf? Oh no, this is the Red Sea.
28 miles from the target. Take, for example, the U.S. destroyers sailing through the Red Sea. When fired, these anti-ship missiles can travel at a speed of Mach 3.5. These actions create a psychological impact and disrupt trade routes. Speaking of Iraq, several U.S. military bases are located relatively close to Iran's western border. Their proximity places them well within range of Iranian missile strikes, adding to the strategic and tactical complexity of the region's security landscape.
Yeah, these are military bases in Iraq that have been bombed multiple times by the Islamic Republic, and not a single time they managed to kill a single American in any of these bombings. For example, when Trump killed Qasem Soleimani, there's a base, a military base, U.S. military base in Iraq called the Ain al-Assad base, and they bombed it in retaliation, and they claimed victory. Not a single American soldier died. Not a single American soldier died from that.
Iran's missile forces are dispersed across hardened underground bases and mobile launchers, which enhance their survivability and make rapid, surprise strikes more feasible. These launch platforms are designed to withstand preemptive attacks and deliver quick retaliatory blows. In terms of targeting, Iran would likely aim to paralyze air operations by striking runways, fuel storage facilities, aircraft shelters, command centers, and logistics nodes. The objective would be to degrade U.S. combat capability quickly and limit its ability to respond effectively. But if you want to understand U.S. new military...
Yeah, sure, buddy. Sure. Here's the thing. Somebody please send this. What is this? Is that a skeleton? What the hell is this?
What?
Okay, never. What? Okay, so guys, if please somebody send this to IRGC. This is good propaganda to give them some confidence. I hope they try all of this. I hope they try every single thing that was mentioned on this list. I'm surprised it didn't mention the actual deterrence capability of the Islamic Republic, which is a dirty bomb, or also targeting softer spots in Saudi Arabia, and also the UAE, especially the UAE and Saudi Arabia. That is the main deterrence, and the dirty bombs that they could spread across the region. I'm surprised it didn't mention any of that. Weird. Goldie, let me see. I have some. Do you want to do the Masih Ali Najad one?
Yeah. Because that's really important, guys. We need to. So the curly-haired woman. Remember the one who went to the UN, the one that's like part of the controlled opposition. She is like freaking out on Iranian TV, and we need to show this to you guys, and Armin's going to translate for you because that's really important. So I just want to, so I see Major here. So Major, we'll come back to you. I think you want to give a military analysis on that. We will get back to you. So what we'll do is, if you don't mind, when Armin goes to do his group discussion, then I'll bring you on, and then we can go over that. And then Armin, if you could also maybe just send me the link to that military analysis video that you just
That was bad. That was bad. I don't know. That was like garbage.
Well, send it to me anyway, so that if we wanted to reference it during your group discussion, we can. But then at least that way, like when you're doing your group discussion, I'm not like working on breaking news, right? Because I want to save the breaking news.
Yeah, I think the Major would have much better analysis.
Oh yeah, I agree.
What that video.
Yeah. So yeah, Major, if you can come back, let's say, Armin, when's your group discussion? 3:00?
In 1 hour.
1 hour? Okay, yeah. So Major, if you can come back maybe an hour and a half. Because when Armin does his group discussion, I'm going to take a quick break as well. And then we can come back with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry, I didn't even realize you were there. I was focused on the videos here, editing the videos. But yeah, I want to go to Masih Alinejad. That's really important, guys.
All right.
Because she exposes herself on on Islamic regime, or sorry, not on Islam. She exposes herself on Iran International. Guys, this is what we mean when we tell you that like these snakes, they say one thing in English and then they say another thing in Persian. And then you know what's really interesting? Well, let me pull up my tweet about it first really quickly, just to show you guys. So I shared this, like I uploaded this video. Where is it? And you know, this was geared towards my Iranian Persian speaking audience, and I said این چه سمی بود که من دیدم بیشتر از 50,000 نفر کشته هنوز این همین بیشرف کنار, which basically means what kind of poison did I just watch? Over 50,000 killed. And this isn't the right word. I don't know why, like the translate feature on X is savage, because I didn't actually say the B word. Like I just said bisharaf. Bisharaf means dishonorable, right? See, so I said, you know, this dishonorable person will not step aside. But when you do the translation, it sounds like I'm calling her like a shameless bee, which I'm not, right?
Well, she is.
Well, regardless, but I'm saying regardless, I'm like this translation from this AI, this is like savage. And then it also took something else. Wait, let me show you something else.
Maybe that was Grok's opinion.
Like, I don't know, like maybe, but wait, let me just share another one with you as well. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Like, let me just copy this. And then look at, because I also said Dahanato Biband Bisharaf to like someone else. And then look how it translates. So okay, so look at this one here. So I say Dahanato Biband Bisharaf, which basically means, you know, shut your mouth, you dishonorable person. Okay. Look what it translates to, Armin.
Let me see. Shut your
Oh, don't read it out loud.
effing. Shut your effing mouth, you dishonorable piece of shit.
But I never said that. I don't say that. I say
I'm not mad.
Bisharaf. So it basically, like literally 3 words. Dahaneto, which means mouth. Biband, means close.
Where did effing come from? I just added that.
I don't know. So again, let me just explain. Dahanet means mouth. Biband, okay, so this is dahaneto, mouth. Biband is close. And then bisharaf is dishonorable. So basically, close your mouth, you honorless person. But it translates to this.
Shut your effing. You know what? I'm not mad. Okay. That's it.
Armin, the problem here is that now these Islamic regime people, they're taking screenshots of this translation and they're claiming that I'm swearing, even though they speak Persian, right? So they know that I'm not swearing, but they're using.
So Goldie, you might as well just join our root people. Like
no, no, but that's not.
I'm just kidding.
That's not who I am. I don't like swearing, but I just wanted to. No, but let me just finish. I just wanted to point this out because this is very strange for Grok to like just take like these 3 words and then translate into this, because I've never said this, but now people are taking this and they're screenshotting it and they're saying that like I'm going around swearing, even though they know that the original meaning in Persian, I'm not swearing whatsoever. Like I'm not using any rude words, but these people are now like trying to smear me by claiming that I'm going around swearing and stuff. So anyways, I just want to point that out, which I think is insane. But then it goes back to like this one here, like this translation for this person as well, right? Like again, it puts in the B word. So I don't know. There you go. But this is how much Iranians despise this person. See, so like I posted this last night. It already has like 7,000 likes, over 1,000 like retweets, and then a lot of comments, right? Anyways, Armin, did you want to bring up the full version so you can translate?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, I'm not gonna do all the 17 minutes. I'm
Oh
just
gosh,
gonna do
no.
the Pahlavi part. I'm gonna do the Pahlavi part.
Did you just want to use my video then? Because my video
No,
is about
that's not
15 minutes.
complete.
Oh, it's not complete.
That's not
Okay.
complete.
Okay.
Yeah. So let me just go through this one. Let me see if this is. Let me see if it actually is this part. I think it started at the 12-minute mark.
دشمن ما جمهوری اسلامیه.
Let me go back.
ولی از پذیرفته چه کردها که
Oh yeah. Oh no, you don't.
بعد به دولت.
So guys, this is a little bit tricky, okay? Because if you listen to the translation of what she's saying, the translation of what she's saying, you might think that, well, this is not that bad, right? So you have to be Iranian and also have to be familiar with the couple of years of politics that has been competition between that, you know, the fact that she's been trying to show herself as a leader and to dismiss Princess Pahlavi as a leader. You have to be familiar with everything that has been going around behind the scenes to now notice what she's doing. Okay. But
and
don't worry.
I was going to say, for those of you who were with me when we were going over the UN speech, remember, we watched the entire UN speech and she never brought up King Reza Pahlavi.
Yes. Also, when she was by the way, Goldie, you saw that she was also invited on Piers Morgan after you, right?
Oh, was she? Wow.
Yeah, so Piers Morgan invited her, and Piers Morgan was praising her nonstop, right? And she kept on saying that I'm the voice of the Iranian people, and Piers Morgan was also confirming that she's the voice of the Iranian people. And I was wondering, like, if she's the voice of the Iranian people, why is she not mentioning Princess Pahlavi a single time on Piers Morgan, given that the Iranian people are dying to let the whole world know that they want Princess Pahlavi? So how could you be the voice of the Iranian people if you're not telling?
Listen, I cannot criticize Piers Morgan for that. This woman has brainwashed a lot of people, so we cannot criticize non-Iranian media for not knowing, because she does know, but we like she, like, these people have infiltrated for decades, right? So I'm not going to criticize Piers Morgan because she has like, this is what she does. But at the same time, Piers Morgan has also interviewed King Reza Pahlavi several times. Piers Morgan invited me to be on his show to speak about Iran. In fact, he had me on like his opening episode for the new season, right? So that's a really big deal. So, you know, like we cannot, I don't think it's
so when you go back there, Goldie, can you let him know that this woman is garbage?
Listen, if it comes up, I will, but honestly, like, it's like that's getting into too much in like internal Iranian politics, and ultimately, like we Iranian people, we already know that we don't want her. So like she only has a media like presence in non-Iranian outlets, right? So it's honestly, like, if I did that, it would just it would confuse people, and it would just make me look like I'm attacking people. So I don't do that. I just ignore those.
By the way, there's a banging noise that is coming from your
me.
side.
Sorry, that's me. All right.
Okay. So let's go.
ترامپ به رهبرای کشور اروپایی بگین باید ما کولیشن اپوزیسیون دموکراتیک رو راه میندازیم، ما انتخابات برگزار.
Let's go back from here. I'm going to say yes.
میکنیم. ما قدرت این که علی خامنه‌ای رو به زیر بکشیم.
I'm not going to translate the parts that are not relevant, okay?
رو داریم. رهبرای ما باید در درجه اول با رهبران کشورهای با خود اسرائیل.
Let me go actually to the 8-minute mark. No, that's too much. So right now she's basically just trying to say that our leaders, plural, and I'll tell you why that's significant, need to be talking to the leaders of European and Western
بریم
countries.
بکنیم از اسرائیل و آمریکا الان ما باید طلبکار باشیم. چرا؟ چون مردم داخل تروریستاشون رو از خاک کشورشون بندازن بیرون. تو خودت توی خود انگلستان داری میبینی تروریستا دور ایران اینترنشنال دارن واقعا نه اینکه به معنای واقعی یقه‌شو بگیریم که اگر آمادگی این رو نداری سپاه رو تروریست.
So again, guys, here this part it seems like she is saying good words because she's saying that we need to make the leaders of Western countries get them to attack the Islamic Republic. So to an untrained ear, this might seem like, oh, she's saying good things.
قرار
Right?
بدی اگر آمادگی این رو نداری که اپوزیسیون رو به رسمیت بشناسی شما رو باید شرمسار کرد. همه حرفم اینه.
So she's basically saying that if you're not going to take a position against the MEK, we have to shame you.
مای ایرانی هر کدوم.
No, sorry, not the MEK, the Islamic Republic. We have to shame you.
که من روزنامه‌نگار فعال مدنی که آقای پهلوی که اعلام کرده دوران گذار رهبریش رو پذیرفته چه کردها که اعلام کرده.
So she's saying either me, like look at this is very sneaky. So she's saying either me as a journalist or Princess Pahlavi who has accepted the leadership of the transition period or the Kurds, right?
سراسری تحسن اعلام کرد.
Who are doing all the strikes.
کردن اعتصاب سراسری و واقعا مغازه‌هاشون بسته شد مردم.
And they managed to shut down a lot of the stores when the Kurdish separatist groups gave out a call to action for a strike.
هر کس دیگه
or anyone else. So here's what's happening here. Okay, so pay attention, guys, because this is like a higher level of Iranian politics that you need to understand. What she's doing here, she knows that she cannot deny the importance of Pahlavi. So the tricky thing that these people do, that instead of trying to, when they're speaking, they know that Pahlavi is unremovable from the hearts and minds of the Iranian people. So instead of removing him, she's trying to make her equal to other leaders and other people. So she's saying either me with what I'm doing or Princess Pahlavi with what he is doing, and then she talks about the Kurdish parties. And please understand, this is one major reason why we hate her, because the Kurdish parties that she is highlighting here, right alongside the name of Pahlavi, and she's talking about how influential they were when it comes to their call to action for strikes and them people closing their shops and participating in the strikes. First of all, she's full of crap because for two reasons. First, she's talking about Kurdish parties that are separatists, that are cessationists, that do not represent the patriotic Kurdish Iranians inside Iran. Kurdish Iranians hate these parties because they're separatist, because they're anti-patriotic, because they're not united with the rest of Iran. Iranian Kurds are patriotic and they're Iranian before they're Kurdish, and they support Princess Pahlavi. But she's highlighting the Kurdish parties that don't actually represent Kurdish Iranians, but they actually are betraying Iran, right? And this is why Princess Pahlavi doesn't work with them, because we hate them, right? But also she's giving them credit. So that's the first point. The second point, she's making it seem like the strikes was because of the call to action by these Kurdish separatist groups. But it wasn't that. The strikes were happening before any of these call to actions. These Kurdish separatist group, whenever they see a movement starting, they come out and then gave a call to action. And then when the strikes happen, they're like, oh, we started the strikes. The strikes were not happening in the Kurdish areas of Iran. They were happening in all of Iran. So this was not a Kurdish thing. This was an Iranian thing. But these Kurdish separatist groups, they tried to take credit for it. But also notice how when she was mentioning putting all these three together as if they're equal, herself, Princess Pahlavi, and these Kurdish separatist groups, she praised the Kurdish separatist groups and highlighted their influence more than all three. She couldn't do it with herself because that would become too obvious. She already did enough by putting her in this list. But she mentioned Princess Pahlavi just slightly, but then she kept on talking about how influential these Kurdish separatist groups are, and she spent most of their time in this list praising them. because these people, they're trying to use the Princess of Pahlavi's name as a ladder to bring themselves up, and also the groups that they're allied with, to try to they use his popularity as a way to basically make themselves more influential. And also, guys, but by the way, so I need to tell you something about Iran International. Iran International, because it has a lot of access and a lot of viewers, we are forced to use them. And honestly, they do a better job in verifying a lot of the information, and so we are forced to use them. Okay, but we also have to be very skeptical because they have an agenda, right? So Iran International, we have to use them because they have the resources. They have to actually be good at verifying information because they need to use their credibility, because they do a good job at verifying information. So because they have more resources than other people to verify information, we have to use them, right? However, you have to also understand that Iran International has a agenda of making non-Pahlavi leadership, highlighting non-Pahlavi leadership. So they have no choice but to accept that Pahlavi is number one, but they also keep trying to give platform to leaders who are not Pahlavi as a way to engineer, to basically make artificial popularity of people who are trying to compete with the Pahlavi name. They have done that with cessationists. They had done that many times with the MEK. They do that with the Kurdish separatist groups, and they have done that a lot with Masih Ali-Nejad. And we see that, and we are aware of the fact that they have that bias. So I'm not saying that we should dismiss them, because honestly, there's very little alternatives to Manitou and Iran International when it comes to verifying information. But you also have to be mindful of the fact that they have this agenda. So that's another information that you need to know. Let me know if this is, guys, let me know in the chat if what I'm saying is clear and if you understand everything, and if this is helpful. Okay? Also, Iranians in the chat, let me know if you agree with this whole not binary 0 100, like, because some people really hate Iran International and think that we should completely boycott them. But honestly, I followed the Princess of Pahlavi, and Princess of Pahlavi put the QR code for defections from the regime on Iran International. So I think, like, we cannot go like, oh, trust them 100%, but we cannot dismiss them 100% as well. We have to use them while being aware of this agenda that they have. So this is the position I have. Let me know if Iranians in the chat, if you guys agree with me.
مردم چه هر کس دیگه ای بگن ما الان فقط یه دشمن داریم، دشمن ما جمهوری اسلامیه.
So here she's saying, like, oh, we should put all our disagreements aside and just focus on one enemy, which is the Islamic Republic. We shouldn't be fighting against each other. The reason why she says that is because a lot of Iranians attack her, right? A lot of Iranians attack her because they know that she has an agenda to just be seen more. Like, her agenda is not to save Iran. Her agenda is not the Iranian people. Her agenda is to be more popular. We know that because of a record. We know that because even during this revolution, when before the internet was being cut, like, we saw so many of the chants were for pro Pahlavi. So let me give you 3 reasons why we attack her. Even, like, forget her record. Like, he has a really bad record for many years. But just recently, when the revolution started, when, you know, January 8, January 9, and before, the few days before it, the chants that were coming out, people were chanting for Pahlavi. She would cherry pick the chants and make sure that she would only post the ones that say death to the dictator, death to the Islamic Republic, but not the ones that says Javid Shah, long live the king, and Pahlavi will return. Until they become so undeniable and so many people were attacking her for cherry picking that she was forced to start posting a few of them. And now that it's so undeniable that Iranians want Pahlavi, she's now coming in and saying, like, okay, Pahlavi, like, yeah, he could, like, he's the leader of the transition period, but let's all work with each other. Basically, let's all work with each other is a code word for let me in. even though I have such a bad track record. Like, that's one of the things that she did that was evil. Another thing that she did that was evil is that when they chose her to speak on behalf of Iranians on the United Nations Security Council, she didn't mention Pahlavi at all, even though Iranians were dying in the streets of Iran trying to tell the whole world that we want Pahlavi. She didn't mention Pahlavi at all. When she was on Piers Morgan, saying on Piers Morgan that I'm speaking on behalf of the Iranian people, she didn't mention Pahlavi once, even though Iranian people are dying to tell the world that they want Pahlavi. And this woman with this track record, when she comes and says, let's not fight with each other, is because she has understood now that there is no way other than Pahlavi, and she now wants to be let in. She's like, let me in as well, and don't fight with me. That's what she's saying. Let me know if that's understandable. So let's continue.
ولی از رهبرای کشورهای غربی هم تشکر و حق رو گدایی کردن غلطه.
So she's saying you shouldn't be thanking the leaders of the Western countries because you're begging, like you're actually begging them and stuff like that. She's saying that you should basically be demanding rather than asking, which is such a stupid policy. She's saying that because she's criticizing Princess Pahlavi indirectly, because Princess Pahlavi is being very pro-West right now, and she's saying that you should be demanding them that they attack instead of asking them. And she's calling it, like, she's comparing it to begging, you know, basically being like a beggar, right? So she's indirectly criticizing Princess Pahlavi.
من بارها دارم اینو تکرار میکنم.
The Western powers, they have the responsibility to attack. So don't ask.
صدقه نمیخوایم از شما. وقتی من دارم میرم تمام جا.
So she's saying we don't want charity from you guys. You know, I said that as well, but not in the rude way that she's saying. I talk about it as this is not charity, this is cooperation. But she's saying this is not charity, this is your responsibility. That tone does not work. That tone seems like you're so full of yourself, and it actually turns off Western people. If you tell, like, oh, Western people, it's your responsibility to attack. We're not going to ask you. We demand that you attack. Like, that is not going to work. That is like going to turn people off. So I say we're not asking for charity. We're asking for cooperation. She's saying we're not asking for charity. This is your responsibility. That is not a good way to attract Westerners on your side.
میگم آقای ترامپ، این کسی که میخواسته منو ترور بکنه باید اعلام بکنه که شما رو هم میخواسته ترور بکنه. دنبالش راه نیفتیم بریم میگه نه این ترور دروغه. من باید یقه ترامپ رو بگیرم.
Okay, this part is too much detail. I'm not going to go through this part because then I'm going to be for hours. So
شما هم باید کنار ما وایستین. ما هممون زخم خورده یک حکومتیم. هممون قربانی یک.
We are all victims of the same regime.
حکومت متحجریم. وقتی برید یقه ترامپ رو بگیریم بگید فلان کس ترورش دروغه، فلان کس نمیدونم بز کوهیه، فلان کس نمیدونم استبداده، فلان کس به ما میخندن که مردم.
So this is so funny. She's saying that we shouldn't be attacking each other. If you come and tell us, if you come and insult me, and then also that's wrong. If some people go and say somebody is a dictator, that's wrong. So she's suggesting that the people, we shouldn't be attacking Princess Pahlavi saying that he's a dictator, but you shouldn't also be attacking me as well, right? So she's trying to put herself in the same level as Princess Pahlavi, and it's actually becomes very pathetic because soon she's going to attack Princess Pahlavi. So right now she's saying we shouldn't be attacking each other. We shouldn't be like, and she doesn't mention Princess Pahlavi. She just says we shouldn't say some people are tyrants. And we shouldn't mention, like, and then she mentions the insults that they usually use against her. But when she says that we shouldn't be calling people tyrants, she doesn't mention Princess Pahlavi, but that's what some people accuse Princess Pahlavi of being on. And that's what she's trying to indirectly hint at. But it's so now she's saying, let's not attack each other, but wait for a few minutes. She's going to attack Princess Pahlavi right after she said that we shouldn't be attacking each other. So watch this. So she's like, people in Iran are dying. Why are you attacking each other? We shouldn't be attacking each other. She said, like, in the middle of all of this, I'm suffocating in the middle of all of these people attacking each other. It's very, like, by the way, this is a misrepresentation of what's happening. Like, we have, like, the vast majority of the Iranian people supporting Pahlavi, and then we have these loud minority of them that are being called out for their anti-Pahlavi takes, and they're like, oh, we shouldn't be attacking each other. Let's all work with each other. Like, who are you? You're like nobody. You're like 5% of the opposition, not even. You're just a light minority. Like, oh, let's unite with each other and not attack the non-Pahlavi supporting people. We already have united. We have united under the name Pahlavi. For years, they told us that don't say Javed Shah, don't mention Pahlavi, because that's going to cause us not to be united. We should be inclusive. Pro-Pahlavi people and non-pro-Pahlavi people should all be uniting with each other. And now we continue saying Javed Shah, we continue supporting Pahlavi, and they said that they told us that that's going to cause division. But now we see who was right and who was wrong. People did unite. Iranians did unite. They didn't need to be inclusive of anti-Pahlavi people, because the anti-Pahlavi people would have never accepted unity with the pro-Pahlavi people anyways. We got united under the one flag and under one name, which is the Pahlavi name. So people who accuse us of sowing division because we wouldn't work with the anti-Pahlavi people, that they're full of crap, because the anti-Pahlavi people are allergic to the name Pahlavi. They would have refused us working with them anyways because they hate Pahlavi. It's them that they were denying us. We were just reacting to them being against us. We weren't attacking them. They attacked anything with the Pahlavi brand on it, and we were just responding to their attacks. We were having a defensive position. We didn't have an attack position. We had a defensive position against their attacks. And they're like, oh, you shouldn't be attacking us. For years, these people attacked everything that was associated with Pahlavi. And now that we have the upper hand, they're like, why are you attacking us? Unbelievable.
به معنای واقعی احساس خفگی
خانم علی نژاد، ولی در بین حرفاتون حالا به شکل دیپلماتیک شاید.
So this is the hype. This is the most important part. So now Fardad, this guy Fardad, right? He says, like, however, in between, I read in between the lines, in a diplomatic way, it seems like you're accepting the leadership of Princess of Pahlavi, okay? Because this is the first time she's hinting at that. She said, like, oh, Princess of Pahlavi, who has accepted the leadership of the transition period. This is key. Guys, pay attention to what I'm saying. The fact that she's saying that Princess of Pahlavi has accepted the leadership of the transition period, do you know what she's actually saying? What is she actually saying? Let me see if anybody caught that. Because she's saying that, okay, Princess of Pahlavi is the leadership of the transition period. What is she actually saying? Remember, I told you the three phases? What she's saying is she's not accepting her as the leader of the revolution. Remember, guys, there's three parts to this: the revolution, the transition period, and the post-transition period. The post-transition period, we're going to have elections. The transition period is after the toppling of the Islamic Republic, right? So the transitional government. She considers herself to be one of the leaders of the revolution, and they think that the leader of the revolution is not Princess of Pahlavi. By saying like, okay, the leader of transition, she's basically saying not the leader of the revolution. Did you catch that? All right, so let's continue.
این رو گفتید، ولی در بین حرفاتون به نظر میرسه که شما دیفکتو پذیرفتید که الان
So she's saying, so Farder is saying, it seems like by de facto, between the lines in a diplomatic way, you have accepted the leadership of Princess of Pahlavi for the transition period.
صدر رضا پهلوی رهبری این انقلاب را اگر اسمش رو بذاریم
منو بازجویی نکنید.
So look at this. She's saying, don't interrogate me right now. This is a woman that hates being questioned. Every time she goes on Iran International, she gets offended as soon as they ask her the slightest challenging question. So Fardad is just asking like, oh, so are you accepting Princess of Pahlavi's leadership of the transition period? And she said like, don't interrogate me right now. Mother, she considers herself a journalist who's supposed to be challenging people when you're questioning her, but as soon as the question gets slightly, they're like, "Don't interrogate me." He asked you a simple
Armin, you
question.
forgot. She considers herself a journalist who's on the same level as the Shah of Iran and thinks that she
Yes.
has the same legitimacy to lead the Iranian people. You forgot that part
I
there.
didn't forget. I said that earlier.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
but yeah, exactly. Yeah. She sees herself as the same level and even higher, actually, higher, because she thinks, well, I was inside Iran for many years. Princess Pahlavi wasn't. Oh, somebody said in the chat saying, Armin, what does she want to lead? She wants to be seen. She wants to be popular. She wants to be considered the ultimate leader of everything. Her and her husband want her to be the leader. She wants to be the most popular part of this revolution by the Iranian people. And she wants to be seen by the world. Like she has, she basically wants to be in the spotlight. That's her main motivation.
من بازجویی نکن فرداد عزیز من حرفم خیلی روشنه.
So she's like, don't interrogate me, dear Farhad. Don't interrogate me. And Farhad said, I'm not interrogating you. I just ask you a question.
اجازه بده. اجازه پرسیدی من جواب.
She's like, let me speak. You asked me a question. Let me answer. Like, what are you talking? Like, look, you see how offended she got. So Masih, every time she comes to Iran International or anywhere else, she wants to basically be given the opportunity to speak without being questioned. Every time she gets challenged, she gets extremely offended. She loses her SHIT every time she's pressured. She's like, oh, let me talk. Like she's talking all the time. And Fardot just spoke for like half a second. And Fardot was like, I didn't interrogate you. I'm just asking you a question. She's like, hey, let me speak. Mother, you've been speaking all the time. Okay.
گفتم آقای پهلوی اعلام کرد که رهبر دوران گذاره. من رهبر دوران گذار رو که خودشون اعلام کردن هستن ازش یه توقعی دارم و اونم این.
So look, now she's taking it back a little bit. And then she's going to give in again. She said like, listen. Princess Pahlavi, he has said that I am the leader of the transition period. Me, from somebody who's self-declaring that he is the leader of the transition period, these are my expectations from such a person. You see what she's doing? First of all, Princess Pahlavi became the leader of the transition because the Iranian people were begging him to do so. He was refusing it for years, and then eventually because he wants to see, he always waits for the demand to be really high from the people before he does something, because he's not power hungry. So Princess Pahlavi didn't just come and said self-declare himself as the leader of the opposition, like Masih is saying. She's saying, all right, well, let's see. Like Masih is saying, well, he came out and said, I'm the leader of the transition. So if he's the self-declared leader of the transition, self-declared, you understand how, I can't swear because Goldie, you understand how misleading that is? He's not self-declared. He has been declared the leader of the transition by the Iranian people. And now she's saying, well, these are my expectation for somebody who considers himself to be the leader of the transition. Oh, really? Let's see what her expectations are. So she's saying, okay, you're the leader, but these are the things that you should be do if we want to consider you the leader of the transition. That's what she's saying. So let's listen to that.
که یک در واقع کولیشن دموکراتیک تشکیل بده، دولت در سایه تشکیل بده الان.
So her expectation is for the leader of the transition to create a coalition, a democratic coalition, as a government in a shadow government, a government in exile.
و آقای نتانیاهو و آقای ترامپ و همه رهبران کشورهای غربی رو وادار بکنه که رهبری ایشون رو بپذیرن.
And to obligate the Netanyahu and Trump and all the leaders of the Western world to accept his leadership. This is what he expects. So, guys, remember when they say democratic, First of all, democracy doesn't make any sense during the revolution. Democracy is what you have once the revolution is over, and then you have a ballot box, and then you have votes for people to choose. You don't have democracy in the middle of the freaking war, right? You don't. Democracy is something that you have after you're successful with your revolution. But what these people say that because you can't have ballot boxes in the middle of a war, right? So, but what these people mean when they say democracy, for these people, democracy is code word for let me in. That's what they mean. When these people, so these people's understanding of democracy is different from what our understanding of democracy is that when eventually we have a government, people will choose their representative. Their understanding of democracy is that if you don't let me in, you're not being democratic. So that's what she means. And also, building a coalition, Princess Pahlavi has built a coalition better than any of you ever had managed to. It's the best coalition of all the people who are united under the name Pahlavi and under the flag, the Lion and Sun flag. So, yeah, we already have a coalition of all the pro-Pahlavi people. And yes, he is already more in touch with the leaders of the free world more than anyone else. And how are we going to force them to accept his leadership? Like, put a gun to their head? Like, what are the unreasonable expectations she has? Like, oh, you have to force them to accept your leadership. So she's basically putting an unachievable standard. So basically, what she's suggesting is that if they have not yet accepted your leadership, if Trump and Netanyahu, for example, having come out and accepted that you're the leader of the opposition, you're the leader of the transition period, you have failed. She's putting an impossible standard out there to suggest that Prince Pahlavi has failed. The reason why that's an impossible standard is because Trump and Netanyahu, if they come and say that, oh, right now is too soon. If they do it right now, then the narrative would be that their leader, the Iranian people's leader, has been chosen by Americans or Israelis. That's not the narrative that we want. So as long as Netanyahu and Trump just say that whatever the Iranian people decide, that's good enough for now. It's too early for them to come and say that, oh, Prince Reza Pahlavi, we accept his leadership, because then he's going to look like he's handpicked by the Americans and the Israelis. That's not what we want right now. And they should just say the Iranian people decide. And because she knows that, she's putting that standard out there to suggest that Prince Reza Pahlavi is failing because Trump and Netanyahu haven't accepted him as a leader yet. Guys, do you like these explanations? I think we're getting into a lot of details here. Do you guys like these explanations? I think you guys are becoming experts in Iranian politics.
زن زندگی آزادی تمام تصمیمم گرفته بودم که تلاش کردم به آقای پهلوی زنگ دادم به تک تک کسانی که فکر می‌کردم میتونن متحد بشن بعد از 40 سال و بعد
She's saying for years I have been working so hard. I've been calling everybody, including Princess Pahlavi and other people, thinking that we could be united. Again, united means let me in.
از هم پاشیدن همه آقای
But they all got separated from each other. It all broke apart.
پهلوی رفت، حامد اسماعیلیون رفت.
Like, she's lying here. She's saying Mr. Pahlavi left, Hamid Ismailion left. She doesn't mention what happened. First of all, Princess Pahlavi didn't leave. It was Hamid Ismailion was the one who left because he was angry with Pahlavi because he's an MEK reformist connected person who always hated the name Pahlavi, and he left because he didn't like him. That's why that broke apart. So she suggests that she says Mr. Pahlavi left as if he left that group. He didn't leave the group. Hamid Ismailion left the group. And actually that whole coalition was good that it broke apart because it was a bunch of MEK reformists and secessionists in that coalition. And by Pahlavi joining that coalition, he exposed them and they broke apart themselves because they couldn't work with the name Pahlavi. Actually, Princess Pahlavi showed how these people are incapable of working with Pahlavi because they're so allergic to the name Pahlavi. The leftists, the MEK, the reformers, the secessionists.
دیگه از اون به بعد من امتداد صدای
این واقعیت رو زمین وجود داره دیگه.
Look at this. She's saying after that I have been the voice of the people. I'm the continuation of the voice of the people. She considers herself the continuation of the voice of the people in Iran, even though the Iranian people are dying for the name Pahlavi and she doesn't mention that.
در بین اون اعتراف شورایی که بودن اسمی رو که مردم در خیابان‌ها فریاد زدن اسم شاهزاده رضا پهلوی بوده.
So Fardad is saying yes, but people in the streets, the name that they're shouting in the streets is the name Pahlavi. It's the name Princess of Pahlavi. That's what they're shouting in Iran.
خب من چیکار کنم الان؟
Look, she's getting so annoyed. She's saying like, well, what do you want me to do now? So Fardad is saying, yeah, but the people in Iran are shouting the name Princess of Pahlavi, and Masih Ali-Najad is like, okay, what do you want me to do now? That's her response. That is word by word her response. What do you want me to do now? Look how annoyed she's getting.
من دارم همین تکرار میکنم دیگه چیکار باید بکنم؟
She's like, I'm repeating this. What do you want me? What else do you want me to do? She's lying. She's not repeating that. She not a single time she has mentioned that the Iranian people are fighting for the name Pahlavi. She's like, what else do you want me to do?
من تسلیم صدای مردمی هستم که هر کسی رو صدا کردن. گفتم آقای پهلوی رو صدا کردن. خب آقای پهلوی باید الان رهبری بکنه.
So look at this. Look at she's being oh my god, this is such a sleazebag. She's like, I will surrender to whatever the Iranian people want. Okay, the Iranian people have shouted the name Pahlavi. Okay, this is so Pahlavi, Mr. Pahlavi should be leading now. So you see how she pivoted. So Fardad is trying to show that okay, well, the Iranian people were Pahlavi. So are you going to submit to that? She quickly touched on it, and then she immediately pivoted to this puts the responsibility on Princess of Pahlavi that he's not fulfilling. So for years, they were denying how big the Pahlavi name is among Iranians. And now that it's becoming undeniable, she's now turning that into an attack on Pahlavi by saying, then, well, if the Iranian people are calling the name Pahlavi, well, then Pahlavi is not doing his job. Like, this is his responsibility then. Do you see? Like, there's no winning with this.
مدیریت بکنه تیمشو که تیمش به نرگس محمدی دشمنشون نیست الان.
So look at this. She pivoted to another topic. She didn't want to stay on how popular Pahlavi is. So she's saying that if Iranian people are calling the name Pahlavi, then Princess of Pahlavi needs to manage his team so that his team don't attack Nargis Mohammadi. Nargis Mohammadi is the woman who is managed to achieve all three corruptions in Iran. She's at the same time a leftist, MEK, and a reformer. So she's 3 out of 3 when it comes to everything the Iranian people hate. And it's not just Princess of Pahlavi's team that is anti-Nargis Mohammadi. It's the Iranian people who are against Nargis Mohammadi because they have accepted, they have accurately recognized that Nargis Mohammadi is a project of Islamic Republic as fake opposition as a competition against Princess of Pahlavi. We know that because a few days before the revolution started in Mashhad, people, when Nargis Mohammadi came up to hijack the chanting of the people against the Islamic Republic, to hijack it as the leader herself came on top of that car to act like she's the leader, the Iranian people were chanting against her, death to the three corruptions, the mullahs, the leftists, and the MEK, and they started chanting for Pahlavi against her inside Iran in Mashhad. So this is not Princess of Pahlavi. Pahlavi's team was against Nargis Mohammadi. It's the Iranian people who are against Nargis Mohammadi, and she knows it, and yet she denies it while acting like she's the voice of the Iranian people. And also, please don't forget the pivot. She said that, okay, fine, you're the leader. The Iranian people want you, so you're the leader. So you should manage your team and make them not take a position against Nargis Mohammadi. So using the fact, instead of emphasizing that the Iranian people want Pahlavi, she uses the voice of the Iranian people to attack Pahlavi. You see why we hate these people? You see why we hate these people? You see how justified we are to hate these people?
Yeah,
so he's saying that Princess of Pahlavi should lead his team to say that Nargis Mohammadi or Hamid Ismailion is not the enemy. Hamid Ismailion is the enemy. He's an MEK-loving, reformist-loving, anti-Pahlavi mother, you know what, and we are justified to hate him. He has always been against the Iranian people, and he's always been anti-Pahlavi. Being anti-Pahlavi means you're anti-Iran. So we're justified to hate him, and it's not just Pahlavi, but she's saying like, okay, if you're the leader, you should be managing your team to not be attacking Nargis Mohammadi and Hamid Ismaili.
پهلوی انسانیه که من ساعتها باهاش کار کردم و به انتخابات باور داره، ولی کسانی هستن که میان ما رو بازخواست و بازجویی میکنن که شما باید بگین که ایشون همین الان باید بگین ایشون شاهه. خب من
straw man. She's saying like, okay, I have worked with Prince Reza Pahlavi, and like he says that he believes in democracy, but he's saying the people, the people around Prince Reza Pahlavi, they say that they come interrogate us and they tell us that you have to say now that he's the king. That's a straw man. That is not what people expect. Monarchists, if you call him a prince, if you call him a king, even if you call him just Mr. Reza Pahlavi, as long as you support him, the vast majority of his supporters and the monarchists accept you just for supporting him. I know that because I'm not a monarchist. I support Prince Reza Pahlavi, and I don't even say King Reza Pahlavi. I say Prince Reza Pahlavi, and not a single monarchist has come and demanded me to say King Reza Pahlavi. Okay, they say King Reza Pahlavi, I say Prince Reza Pahlavi, and the monarchists welcome, many monarchists welcome my support for Prince Reza Pahlavi without demanding me calling him king. Yeah, Goldie? Oh yeah, monarchists, exactly.
I'm just gonna say, like, hey, like, well, this is what I mean. Like, we're united, right? We're all united in our support for King Reza Pahlavi, and yeah, like Armin comes from the other side, and I'm from the monarchist side, but we're united. But both of us are united against snakes like these people, because these people are actually counterproductive to everything we're doing.
Yeah, so she's lying. Not a single monarchist has come and demanded me to say King Reza Pahlavi. Not a single one. So she's lying.
اگه برم اینو تو جامعه جهانی بگم، جامعه جهانی به ریش ما میخنده.
So she said, like, if I go tell the international community that they're demanding us to call him king, the entire international community will be laughing at us. She's full of crap. That's not true. Even like, guys, like,
well, because when I do my interviews, I say King Reza Pahlavi all the time. I call him the Shah, I call him the king. No one laughs at me.
No one laughs at you, and in fact, they are now saying King Reza Pahlavi. I have Americans telling me you should be saying King Reza Pahlavi. I don't have Iranian monarchists are not telling me that I should be saying King Reza Pahlavi. Americans who are traditionally anti-monarchy are telling me like, Armin, don't say Prince Reza Pahlavi, say King Reza Pahlavi. So Americans, not only they're not laughing at us, they're actually saying King Reza Pahlavi themselves. Okay.
حرف خود آقای پهلوی رو تکرار میکنم. بله، ایشون رهبری دوران گذار رو خودشون رو به عنوان رهبری دوران
Look at that. This is the worst part.
گذار معرفی کردن. ما هم میپذیریم. پس دموکراتی.
She said, look, she corrected herself. She said she basically was saying something, she stopped herself and she corrected herself. She said, okay, Prince Reza Pahlavi, he is the leader of the transitional period, and then she stopped herself in the middle of the sentence. So like, no, he has declared himself the leader of the transition period. She wasn't able to say that he's the leader of the transition period. She stopped herself. She went back. She said, he has declared himself the leader of the transition period. Listen to this part again. She didn't want to say that, okay, he's the leader of the transition period. She had to actually add something to it. Look at this.
به خود آقای پهلوی رو تکرار میکنم. بله، ایشون رهبری دوران گذار رو خودشون رو به عنوان رهبری دوران گذار معرفی کردن.
Self-declared, okay.
ما هم میپذیریم. پس دموکراتیک همه رو دعوت بکنن.
So okay, if we accept, so he should democratically invite everybody. Again, guys, democracy for these people means that everybody, like, we should be allowed in. And it's a stupid thing that these people say. Democracy makes no sense. Like, for Americans, if you're watching, imagine if you were part of the revolution against the British Empire. Imagine somebody said like, oh, we have to use a democratic process. No, you brought democracy after you defeated the British, then you started to create democracy in America. It came after. Democracy during the revolution, during the war, makes absolutely no sense. They keep using it to say like, okay, if you're the leader of the transition period, then you have to be democratic. That means that you should let us in.
به دولت‌های غربی بگن آمادگی این رو دارن که انتخابات برگزار بکنن. دولت درس همون کاری که ماریا کورینا ماچادو انجام داد با ادموندو گونزالس، با لیوپولدو لوپز، اینا هر کدوم مال یه احزابن.
So she's saying like we should basically be doing like what the opposition in Venezuela did. They had like they accepted so many different people from so many different parties, and they basically created a coalition of different parties. So what she doesn't understand is that yeah, we have already done that with all the people who are pro Pahlavi, obviously under the name Pahlavi. We can't create a coalition with people who are anti-Pahlavi because they would refuse that themselves unless they're coming in to grab something against Pahlavi and basically use the Pahlavi name. We are not going to allow the enemy inside our coalition. We have already created a very diverse coalition of many different groups from all sects of society under one coalition who are united under the brand name Pahlavi. We've already done that. She's just pissed because she is not invited.
همدیگر ممکنه دوست نداشته باشن، ولی وقتی که قراره که عبور بکنن از مادورو کنار هم نشستن، انتخابات برگزار کردن. هر کدوم از این چهرهای اپوزیسیونی که حوصله و ریخت همدیگر رو نمیخواستن ببینن توی ونزوئلا و به همین دلیل تمام اون مشروعیتی که داشتن رو از دست دادن و اون سفارتخونه نشستن، انتخابات برگزار کردن. هر کدوم از این چهرهای اپوزیسیونی که حوصله و ریخت همدیگر رو نمیخواستن ببینن توی ونزوئلا و به همین دلیل
She's just talking about Venezuela. She's saying in Venezuela, the people who didn't work with each other, they lost all credibility. So we should be working with each other as well, because if we don't, we will lose credibility. She's basically threatening Princess of Pahlavi by saying that if you don't allow me in, then you're not being diversified, and therefore you will lose credibility. This comes from a woman who has lost all credibility among Iranians. And now she's threatening Princess of Pahlavi with credibility if she's not allowed in. That's what she's saying.
تمام اون مشروعیتی که داشتن رو از دست دادن.
Like, oh, they have lost their entire credibility, and anybody who doesn't work with the others, they will lose all their credibility, like what happened in Venezuela. Sure, buddy.
و اون سفارتخونه‌ای که پس گرفته بودن رو تو واشنگتن از دست دادن به خاطر اختلافاتشون، ولی درس گرفتن، کنار هم نشستن و الان هم وقتشه که اپوزیسیون ایران همه کنار هم بشینن، همه به رهبری.
Oh my God, I got something that Sohail just sent me that is very interesting about this. Let me just finish this. By the way, guys, for my group discussion starts in 1 minute. I might be like 5 minutes late because I need to finish this, but I'll be there soon. So somebody mentioned that in the discussion group.
هر کسی به رهبری آقای پهلوی هست، الان ایشون به عنوان رهبر مردم ایشون صدا.
Listen to this part. This was important. She said like, okay, whoever is a leader is a leader Alon right now, Mr. Pahlavi. She says Mr. Pahlavi. She doesn't even say Prince. She says Mr. Pahlavi. The reason why she says Alon, she says now he's the leader. She's basically suggesting that he's not going to be leader for long. So basically she's saying at the present time, he's the leader. So by saying that, she's suggesting that this is temporary. This is not going to last long. Listen to it again.
هم وقتشه که اپوزیسیون ایران همه کنار هم بشینن، همه به رهبری هر کسی، به رهبری آقای پهلوی هست، الان ایشون به عنوان رهبر مردم ایشون صدا میکنن.
الان ایشون به عنوان رهبر. When she says that, she's saying that this is temporary. She's saying basically at the present moment he is the leader.
دعوت بکنن همه رو، همه کنار هم بنشینن. چرا؟ چون
like okay, then he should invite everybody. Everybody should be sitting with everybody else. Basically, she expects us to sit side by side with the reformers, with the leftists and the MEK, the anti-Iranian people. We're not going to be sitting with them, but she wants us to open the door to them as well.
این حکومت اگر یک بار دیگه بتونه، یک بار دیگه با تفرقه، با اینکه تو سپاهی هستی، تو نفوذی هستی، تو تجزیه طلبی، تو استبداد طلبی.
She's saying that this is the regime narrative that's saying like, oh, you're a cessationist, you're with the IRGC, you're MEK. She's saying that this is the regime's way of us dividing each other. Well, if that's the case, then why have the vast majority of the Iranian people agreed that that Pahlavi is the answer, and you guys times are up. Like, are this many Iranian people in the wrong? I mean, we have your record. We know that you have been working with cessationists. The audio leaks of it has came out. We knew, like, for years we have been saying Abdullah Muhtadi, that you have been including in the coalition, is a cessationist, and people said that we're imagining things, and his audio came out and it showed that no, he's anti-patriotic, he's anti-Iran, he's a cessationist. We know that. We have been vindicated over and over and over again. We know your agenda. You have been working with cessationists, and we also know that you have been working behind the scenes against Pahlavi. You're accusing us of taking a position against you, but we are just defending ourselves. You took a position against Pahlavi before we took a position against you.
اگر بتونه با این تفرقه هزار پاره بکنه ما رو و قتل عام فجیع‌تری در راه خواهد بود.
She's not threatening people. She's saying, like, if you allow the Islamic Republic to divide us, there's going to be a much bigger massacre coming.
اعدام‌های فلهی وحشتناکی در راه خواهد بود که همه مسئولن. چپ، راست. چه کسی الان به آقای پهلوی حمله میکنه و چه تیم و دستیاران آقای پهلوی که دارن به بقیه حمله میکنن.
This is so important. This was the most important. Look at this. She's saying, like, we should stop attacking each other. People who attack Pahlavi, they should stop, but also all the people who are working with Pahlavi, with Princess of Pahlavi, who are attacking other people, they should stop as well. So she attacked Princess of Pahlavi in the middle of the sentence of saying we shouldn't be attacking each other. So she's suggesting that the entire infrastructure that Princess of Pahlavi has created around themselves, they're attacking other people, and by saying that, he's trying to attack basically the entire infrastructure and the team that Princess of Pahlavi has created. So she's like, oh guys, we shouldn't be attacking Princess of Pahlavi. Also, all the supporters of Princess of Pahlavi and Princess of Pahlavi's own team should stop attacking other people. She's accusing them of just being radicals while saying that we shouldn't be attacking them. So this was an attack on them while saying that we shouldn't be attacking them.
تمرکز ما دشمن اصلی ما جمهوری اسلامیه. چرا؟ چون داره
So she's saying we should all be against the Islamic Republic. We should be focusing on that. Well, that might sound true, but here's the thing: if you are taking a position against Pahlavi, you are on the side of the Islamic Republic. So by us attacking you, we're also attacking the Islamic Republic. Anybody who is the only way for Iran to be free is Pahlavi. So anybody who attacks Pahlavi or comes up with plans against Pahlavi, they're helping the Islamic Republic survival. So either deliberately or not, you're working with the Islamic Republic. So attacking you is attacking the Islamic Republic.
درو و مادرو فرزندانی رو قتل عام میکنه که اسلحه ندارن و با صدای بلند میگن بزنید، با اسلحه علی خامنه‌ای رو به علی خامنه‌ای و سپاه دارم. صاحبای منو میبینین وقت شما به تنها.
So now she's just virtue signaling, and now I have something. So let me show you something that Sohail just sent me from Hamid Ismailion. Yes. So remember, she said Hamid Ismailion, we shouldn't be attacking Hamid Ismailion. This is the message Hamid Ismailion sent, saying that we shouldn't be participating in the protests that Goldie has been advertising on the show. So this is the person that Masih Ali-Nejad was saying that we shouldn't be attacking. So Hamid Ismailion posted this saying خانم دکتر و مادران عزیز، متاسفانه فضای خیلی بدی بر تجمعات و راهپیمایی در خارج از کشور حاکم شده که بخشی قابل پیش بینی نبوده و بخشی بوده. تجمع یک شنبه هم توسط گروهی بزرگ برگزار شده که قبلا سابقه همکاری با انجمن بسیار حاضرین سابقه همکاری با انجمن رو داشت، ولی طبق شنیده ها از بسیاری از حاضرین در این تجمع به مشکلات بسیاری برخورده و خشونت کلمات و فیزیکی رخ داده. امیدوارم در جلسه آتی خانواده‌ها در موردش حرف بزنیم، ولی پیشنهاد میکنم فعلا تا ارزیابی دقیق وجود نداره هیچ تجمعی شرکت نکن. This is Hamid Ismailion, the person that Masih Ali-Nejad just told us not to support, is now saying in Telegram that we shouldn't be participating in any of the protests that Iranians have created outside of Iran, because the environment is like radical or whatever, like they don't like the environment. Because basically, because everything is pro Pahlavi, they're saying that they should, Hamid Ismailian is anti-Pahlavi, and because the Iranians who are participating in these protests, they're saying Javed Shah and Pahlavi will return, they don't want to add to those protests because they don't want to increase the number. This is what's happening here. So this is another evidence for why we're actually correct to be anti-Hamid Ismailian, and this is why Masih Nejad is full of crap. Okay, so Goldie, did you see this?
Oh yeah, I saw this. I saw this a while ago. Yeah, I saw this. I didn't comment on it because I mean he's irrelevant. So I mean he's just.
I mean it's a good way to show.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No. Yeah, no, it's good to show non-Iranians, right? 100%. I just didn't publicly comment on it because he's irrelevant to me.
This is quite recent. This is very new, and this is a good way to show that Masih Nejad is taking on the wrong side of things. Like,
well, because all of them are on the same team, right? So they're all snakes, and they're all they don't want to see Iran free unless they're in charge, which is really messed up. Yeah.
Okay, I need to go to our discussion group, guys. I'm late for our discussion group. So Goldie, do you think that was educational?
Yeah, no, I think that was definitely educational because it gave people an opportunity to see what sort of snakes we're dealing with, right?
Yes.
So yeah, absolutely, very, very educational. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, guys. All right, thank you, Armin. So you're gonna come back in about 2 hours?
Yes, I'm gonna post a link to the discussion group in the chat. Okay, so guys, I'm gonna go talk in the discussion group. So if you want to talk to me there, or if you have any questions, just come over there. I'll see you guys there. I'm already late, and see you guys soon. Bye.
Armin, can you please pin the link to your discussion group in your YouTube chat? Because sometimes people come late and they ask for the link, and I don't have it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah,
okay, thank you.
Pin the link to your YouTube chat so that if people ask, I can just tell them to go to your video so they can see the link there.
Would you be able to pin it on your chat as well?
I have something else pinned right now, so I'm pinning like other things, yeah. But if you pin it on yours, then I can just tell people to go to your live stream.
Thank you. I'll do that. Okay. All right, guys. I'll see you soon. Bye.
Okay, Armin, thank you so much. Okay, guys, I'm gonna take a bit of a break as well. I'm gonna turn to Fox News because Fox News apparently is going to be speaking about Iran. So let me just go back here. Where is that? So this is from a little while ago. So commercial break.
Other countries like the genocide in Palestine.
Okay.
Christina Evans. Let's continue on with our top stories that we're following today. This next one is going to take us out to this protest that is currently ongoing right now. This is a protest that is happening against some of the ICE operations that are happening in Minnesota. Let's listen in. I do want to warn you, though, that viewer discretion is advised while we're taking some of these protests. There may be some vulgar language that is happening there on some of the signage in the back, as well as some of the protesters speaking out. We're going to do our best to keep it clean for you here on Live. Other countries like the genocide in Palestine brought on a U.S. desire for control of the Middle East. We see this here in the U.S. where the weapons used against Palestinians are brought back here to be used against black communities after the police kill them. Chemical weapons used on black and brown communities when police protect property over people. We see our connected struggles when Palestinians share with Ferguson activists how to protect themselves from these chemical weapons. So when we know this, it isn't shocking to learn that ICE is also trained by the Israeli military and uses the same surveillance technologies that we see here, like Palantir.
so you can keep up with our upcoming events.
El pueblo unido jamás será vencido.
The people united will never be defeated. The people united
will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
All right, we have Carlos Cardoso with Asamblea de Derechos Civiles. If you're close to the truck, please come up. If not, we'll go to the next speaker. You still coming?
Still come up, still come up.
Still come up, okay.
Either way.
So are we. Save the damn clean water! Okay. All right, we are introducing Maysoon for American Muslims for Palestine. We are proud to be international solidarity activists, first and foremost. And when we say from Palestine to Mexico, all the walls have got to go. From Palestine to Mexico.
All the walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All the walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
All the walls have got to go.
From Palestine to Mexico.
Because they were blocking an
different parts of the country. In the meantime, we are in a new hour. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We're going to continue on with our other top stories that we're following today. In international news, we're going to take you out to this live vantage point that we have there of the White House. Something that we're tracking very closely here on Live Now is the latest on the United States and Iran relations. Right now, we do know that the U.S. did warn Iran today over its plans to conduct live fire drills close to U.S. forces in the region, as partners are now seeking to de-escalate the rising tensions between our two nations. Iran announced just yesterday that its Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is conducting a 2-day live fire naval exercise in the Strait of Hormuz. This is a vital shipping lane that handles about 20% of global oil supply. And so these drills are going to be coming as those U.S. Navy ships have arrived there in the region, with President Trump deploying what he calls a massive armada earlier this week that could act against Iran with speed, violence, if necessary. And so once again, these tensions have continued to rise between our two nations after the Iranian regime's brutal crackdown on some of the nationwide protests, which have left thousands dead in its wake. And so to talk a lot more about some of the updates that we're getting here, I want to bring into the conversation with CSIS, their Middle East expert, Mona Yakubian. Mona, thanks so much for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Pleasure to be with you.
Well, Mona, you keep a very close tab there on the region. You know that some of those conversations that are actively happening between the United States, some of their, of course, those in the region who they work with, and Iran are developing really hour by hour. Can you sort of take us through some of the latest that we've seen in the latter part of this week and what leads up to this hour at this point?
Yes, absolutely. So we're at a moment of incredible tension and uncertainty with respect to the U.S. and what it may or may not do with Iran. Certainly, as you noted, the president announced an armada. We have seen indeed significant military assets being flowed into the region, a carrier strike group and other destroyers, strike aircraft, and so forth, all seemingly poised for a potential military strike on Iran. Although the administration has not articulated, if it were to strike, what would be the key goal. And Christina, I would say more recently, even just within the past few hours, there seem to be very faint glimmers that there are also potentially efforts at negotiations afoot. Not clear if those efforts will actually yield
a negotiated outcome to this rather than military force, but the president recently indicated some kind of engagement with Iranian officials. We've also seen on X senior Iranian official noting that there is potentially a framework for negotiation that is advancing. So we'll have to wait and see whether that actually materializes or not.
And so we're continuing to look. Mona, you did reference this massive armada. This was the statement that President Trump put out on his Truth Social earlier this week. But as you're talking there, he said it in this post. He said, as I told Iran once before, make a deal. They didn't, and there was Operation Midnight Hammer. I want to dive into that a little bit here as we're maybe cautiously optimistic that something could be brewing as far as diplomatic relations between our two countries. When it comes to how the United States historically deals with Iran, how do those negotiations go? Who are some of those key persons who are having the conversations with leaders in each country?
Well, of course, we have Steve Witkoff, the special Middle East envoy for President Trump, who's played a leading role in negotiations in the past, certainly this past spring, and has reportedly had ongoing discussions behind the scenes with the Iranian foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi. Now, the key question really for Iran, the decision-making is really in the purview of one leader, the supreme leader, Khamenei. And so we'll have to wait and see whether, in fact, these discussions that are being had perhaps quietly actually lead to a real breakthrough. But in the meanwhile, preparations continue for potential military strike. And I will say, Christina, also, there's a real high potential, even if there are efforts at pursuing negotiations, there's a potential for miscalculation, miscommunication, given just how tense the situation is in the region at this moment.
And so we do know, once again, some of those drills, we're seeing some of those ships that could potentially be there in the region as well. This is on both sides, though, because Iran also announced that their forces were conducting that 2-day live fire naval exercise in the Strait of Hormuz. Can I first ask you, Mona, for someone who's not familiar with the region, who may be watching us right now, can you sort of explain how critical that area is to the shipping efforts and really how it even affects us here in the United States, although it seems to be a world away?
Absolutely. It is a critical shipping channel, the Strait of Hormuz, through which a significant percentage of the world's energy supplies pass through. If for whatever reason that shipping channel the Strait of Hormuz should be obstructed or should become part of a conflict, it would have enormous implications globally on the global economy, on energy supplies, and so forth. And I think that's why our military has taken very seriously this announcement by Iran that tomorrow and for 2 days, it will conduct live firing naval exercises in the Strait of Hormuz. That is a very, very dangerous move by Iran. And our military has warned that they need to veer away from unprofessional, in their words, behavior. It's exactly this type of exercise that could lead to some sort of miscommunication, misinterpretation, and potentially be a spark for conflict. And that's why I think our military has gone to great lengths to signal the Iranians about that.
And Mona, you mentioned it, but President Trump has been very vocal about Iranian's leader in some of what he's seen coming there and how those protesters have been treated, because that was really initially when we heard the president speaking out about some of the protests that were ongoing. I'm going to put some video up on the screens for folks at home who may not be familiar with how that was really looking there. But Mona, when it comes to these protests, do we have any update on how those civilians have been treated since President Trump initially spoke out?
Yes, Christina, there have been very disturbing reports about large numbers of protesters who were killed by Iranian security forces. We don't have exact numbers, but we're hearing estimates in the thousands. And the Iranians have continued to maintain a blackout on their internet. And so it's very hard to get communications coming out of the country. But there are anecdotes of bodies piling up in morgues, of potential mass burials. And so I think this is also, of course, in the backdrop of anything that the president may or may not decide to do, is Iran's very brutal repression of protesters in those protests that took place starting in late December and into earlier parts of this month.
And so we'll continue to keep our eyes to see, like Mona said, though, can be very difficult to track some of those numbers as it pertains to those protesters who are speaking out there in the country. And so, Mona, before I let you go, I always like to check in on some of the allies in the region, both for the United States and Iran. Have we seen any of those allies on either side, including Israel for the United States, speaking up recently about how they're watching this situation unfold and whether or not they would potentially step in if things are escalated to the next level?
We haven't seen public statements recently, but I think certainly behind the scenes, certainly Israel is preparing. If the U.S. were to undertake strikes, there is concern because Iran has threatened that it would hit Tel Aviv. And so certainly there are concerns and preparations being made in that regard. We're also seeing some of our Gulf allies sort of go into overdrive in terms of efforts to undertake diplomacy to see if they can't perhaps avert a military confrontation. A senior Qatari official, for example, was in Tehran just earlier today, seeking to perhaps negotiate between or mediate between the U.S. and Iran to see if there couldn't be an off-ramp to this escalated tension.
And it is something, again, we'll continue to watch very closely here on Live Now, still trying to show you just some of these images that are being taken from the country there in Iran and making its way over to the United States. So we're able to watch on the ground what some of this looks like. As always, we appreciate Mona Yacoubian with CSIS, their Middle East expert, for keeping us up to date on the very latest. Thanks so much, Mona.
Thank you.
All right, wanted to make sure we're able to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take this opportunity to slide away for our first 2-minute commercial break. On the other side, much more on today's top stories. Stay with us.
So that was the segment that Fox News Live just showed. And while we're waiting for ARMIN, and I'm still technically on break, but not really, I'm back. I'm going to go to some footage. Okay. Give me a moment here. Okay. I'm also keeping an eye on Okay. This is ridiculous. So the UK plans to label Iran's IRGC as a terrorist group, but officials say legislation won't be fast-tracked due to legal and diplomatic hurdles. That's utter nonsense. That's just utter jihadi nonsense. It's very, very easy to just label the IRGC as a terrorist group. So the fact that they're not doing it says a lot. 2C talks about that quite a bit. Okay. So this is new video, new footage. This is from January 9, but the footage just came out again because, of course, the IRGC shut down internet access. So again, this goes to what ARMIN was saying. This goes to what ARMIN was saying about how Masih Alinejad and all these people who are against King Reza Pahlavi, they're like blaming him, and they're also erasing the voices of Iranians, because like these are Iranians in occupied Iran. This is when the internet was shut down, and here they are, and they're chanting Javid Shah. They're holding up the crowned lion and sun flag, right? So they're trying to drown out the voices of real Iranians here. And they're saying این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, right? But they don't want you to know. They're trying to hide this from you. Oh, this is something very, very interesting, very strange. So, guys, I just wanted to point out something. So, so we already shared this video. But what's really weird about this is that when you look at this uniform, okay, so supposedly they brought out this IRGC terrorist in military uniform. Apparently this person has been injured, but something that's really strange, and a lot of people commented this under the post as well, is that the uniform looks clean, right? Like there's no dust, there's no debris. So this is very strange to me, how like they're claiming that this person was dragged out from under the rubble, that this person was injured or something, but the uniform is very, very clean, right? Look at this. Very strange, very strange. I actually don't know what to make of that. I don't know. Okay, so now this this news media outlet is claiming that, again, unverified, so I don't know if it's true or not, but so that strike against that IRGC building in Bandar Abbas, field evidence points to a drone strike. So again, this is alleged, unconfirmed, but they're saying field evidence indicates a drone attack on the targeted building in Bandar Abbas. Despite the Islamic Republic's concealment, the reality is clear: the war has begun. So again, don't know if this is true or not. I'm going to mute the audio because it's like... So there you go. They're saying that field evidence points to a drone strike. I don't know what to make of that, but that's the news we're getting. Okay, so now, guys, after I mean, I don't know, it could be a crisis actor. I have no idea, but the uniform looks very, very clean, right? So it's very strange. Now, in an interesting turn of events, the Islamic regime, knowing that the writing is on the wall, they're now saying that Pezeshkian, the president of the Islamic regime, he's just a puppet of the Ayatollah. He's saying war is not in the interest of Iran or the United States. So they're getting pretty desperate. So they're getting scared. I think they're seeing that the writing is on the wall. And yeah, I think they know. I think they know what's coming. They know what's coming. Okay, so apparently, even though the president of the Islamic regime is claiming that war is not in the interests of either, apparently now we're seeing missile trails over the city of Karaj. So footage has emerged showing long-range missile trails in the skies above Karaj following an exercise by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. So apparently... there you go. So That's what the Islamic regime is doing. Qatar's foreign minister traveled to Tehran on Saturday to discuss the latest regional developments. Lebanon's pro-Hezbollah Al-Mayadeen TV reported. So there you go. Qatar, the terrorist state, is going to Iran to support the Islamic regime. Okay, so here's the thing, even though the Islamic regime, they're claiming that war isn't in the interests, so now they're trying to, again, threaten the Americans, and they're saying, so this is, again, the president of the Islamic regime. We hope the other side has also come to understand that Iran, Islamic regime, cannot be forced into negotiations through threats or the use of force. The president, Pezeshkian, told his Egyptian counterpart in a phone call on Saturday, any aggression or attack on the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran will be met with firm and decisive response. I don't know what that response is going to be. Is that going to be with the, I don't know, the Mexican plane, the Mexican drones? No idea. This is insane. So he's saying Iran has never sought war, does not seek it in any way. We firmly believe that war would benefit neither Iran nor the United States nor the region. So this is 100% false. The Islamic regime has been chanting death to America for the last 47 years. The Islamic regime is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism. The Islamic regime has engaged in terrorist activity for the last 47 years. The Islamic regime, guys, the Islamic regime declared war on America back in 1979, right? They declared war on America back in 1979 when they took over the country, right? When they took over the country with the American hostage crisis. So this is insane. This is like insane historical revisionism. This is 100% like Takia right here, you know? So these are more images of protesters. So this again goes to counter the false narrative put out by, you know, the crazy woman with the curly hair and all the others who are attacking King Reza Pahlavi. This is new footage from January 8th. So there's that. Oh, okay, so let's go to some footage from the demonstration. So guys, this is Frankfurt. So here, guys, here they're chanting Reza Shah Ruhat Shah. Reza Shah is the grandfather of the current Shah of Iran. He's, you know, beloved. We love him. He's the founder and father of modern day Iran. So Iranians in Frankfurt today, of course, you know, part of the international demonstrations and rallies that are happening all over the world. And you guys, the link to the rallies, it's in the video description of my live stream. The link is also in the banner there scrolling, so you can check out all of the demonstrations there. This is from today. So here they're saying Reza Shah Ruhat Shah. You can also see that they have the American flag as well. Oh, do you guys see this one? So for my channel members, do you see this flag here? That's the standard of Cyrus the Great, right? That banner. Do you guys see that? For those of you who are channel members, you have that emoji. That's the standard. You have that. That's the banner of Cyrus the Great, right there. Yep. No, not yeah, Derafsh Shahbaz. There you go. There you go, guys. Yep. Yep. That's the one, Craig. Yeah, Texas Troop. Yep, that's the one. So that is the standard. That's the banner of Cyrus the Great. So you can see that as well. And then you can see the flag of Israel over there as well. And then, of course, the flag of Germany, right? So very, very patriotic movement. So they're saying این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده, right? That's this one here. این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده. And then the other slogan is ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن. So you guys already know what این آخرین نبرد پهلوی برمیگرده means. So this means this is the final battle. Pahlavi will return. And then the second part is ایرانی داد بزن. That means Iranian yell. And then شاه تو فریاد بزن, which means call for your king. So why don't I play this song to give you a little bit of context, and then we'll go back to the videos. Because this is a song by Hamid Fad, and he actually uses these two phrases in the song.
این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده خیابونا واسه ماست مزدورا همه شدن آسپاس این روزا جهنم حاکماست کارتون تمومه اینجا خاک ماست سر ما رو میبریمش این بار بمونین جلومون میکشیمه اگه مردم رو بزنی با تیرت بدون با خونت تو زیر پا میشوریمه ایرانی غیرت و احساس داره جلوش واسی قصاص داره تو دل سه پهلوی و شاه داره واسه بسیجی همین فشار داره همه جا بو اتحاده مردم یکیان یکی اعتقاده اونا شاهشونو میخوان نمیذاری میبیسیده بکنی سو استفاده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده ما رو از چی میترسونیم جنازتو میگردونیم تو شهر و روستا میچرخونیم دونه دونتونو میفهمونیم آزادی به ما نزدیکه نگاه چپ کنی ما رو یه تحریکه صورتت واسه ما میشه معنی که یا با ما یکی میشی یا که تدیگه همه پشت شاهیم میبینی داریم پشت کاری که واقعیه نه یه رشد واهی یه مشت آنی زیر هشت ایران پشت شاهیم تا خاک ایران ما چلو اندی سال دست بیگانه ها ایران ما ایمان ما میراث ما سالا ایرانی میسازه ایرانو باز این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده این آخرین نبرده پهلوی برمیگرده ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن ایرانی داد بزن شاه تو فریاد بزن
I was muted. So we have the Major who's now joined us. Welcome, Major. How are you?
How's it going? I am reasonably intact. It's just still chilly out here.
Okay. Yeah, well, it's pretty cold where I am as well. So I'm definitely staying indoors. Well, welcome, Major. Always good to hear from you. Looking forward to your military analysis, I guess, because I'm not an expert. But looking forward to hearing from you. What I'll do is I'm just going to play this video in the background with no audio, just to give like some visuals here. But definitely look forward to hearing your analysis on this. Thank you so much for joining us. By the way, everyone, put an M in the chat for Major, or a salute, because you are a veteran. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. This video from AI Telly hurts my brain. It hurts my brain to the point where I actually went to their channel and unsubscribed because, oh my God. Wow. Everything in this video is absolutely true and would absolutely work against Pakistan. Okay. Every point in this video, like this initial piece here with the the anti-ship missiles on board a commercial container ship. That's not going to work against any first world military, because if you have a carrier battle group or any kind of battle group heading into any high threat environment and they see container ships on the horizon or on the radar, they're going to find out what frequency they're transmitting on, and they're going to politely invite them to change course and move away from them. And even if they don't, and the container ship fires a few missiles, all of those missiles are going to get intercepted. Because everybody's alerted, everybody knows what's going on. They're going to be waiting for that to happen. And then the container ship dies because it's going to eat several anti-ship missiles just because everybody wants to get in their licks. What they're showing right now with the speedboat attack, it is a threat. It's one of the only two threats that are real in here. It is a threat to something like a destroyer. If there's two conditions. If that swarm of boats with the rockets can get within the firing range of the rockets, that's a danger for that destroyer. But if they pick them up coming in, they're probably going to destroy every one of the speedboats before they get into rocket range, which is, maybe 5 kilometers, 6 kilometers for what they're using. The sea mines that they're talking about here, the sea mines are a threat if you get into the area. If you get into where you can seed mines like the Strait of Hormuz, then yeah, those are a threat. If you don't detect them, yeah, they will put a hole in your ship that might sink it. But the U.S. isn't going to go anywhere near anywhere where these guys are going to drop mines. And mines are passive. Even if they're like active homing mines, they just sit there on the bottom and lurk. They're not like torpedoes. And yeah, you can run out and mine the Strait of Hormuz, and that doesn't do anything to a U.S. carrier group because they're not going through the Strait of Hormuz for Iran. The reason why we put carrier battle groups into the Persian Gulf during Desert Storm and during the initial operations against Iraq in 2003 is because Iran knew full well that they weren't about to side with Iraq. And they did not need the headache of, adding themselves to the hit parade for the U.S. Navy. So they weren't going to do it. But then, you have this situation where it's time to put paid to the regime permanently. The whole reason for the Navy being there is so that they can launch from the Arabian Sea and the Gulf of Oman. That's not the Persian Gulf. That's the other side of the Persian Gulf. That's outside the Strait of Hormuz. That's why you have all the Air Force squadrons coming into places like Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi Arabia, because they're going to pick up that side of the Persian Gulf. They're not going to worry about anything outside. And if you go to Google Maps, for the people who don't really know anything about Iran's geography, go to Google Maps and just put in Strait of Hormuz. And you'll see there's this huge line of towns and ports outside the Persian Gulf. That's what the Navy's mostly going to be hitting. And go in about 200 miles, and that's going to be their target range. Okay. This thing with the submarines, I actively laughed with the mini subs because I guarantee you, cartel drug subs running out of like Colombia and Venezuela, those are quieter than anything Iran has. I can tell you that as a hard confirm. Those submarines are loud. And if somebody's asleep at the wheel and they do get within torpedo range of a battle group, the instant they fire a torpedo, everybody for 100 miles away is going to hear that with a sonar, is going to hear that. They're going to hear the torpedo going off. U.S. Navy ships.
Major, just wanted to add, so for our viewers, this is the Strait of Hormuz, and this is probably how, this is how Iranians think that the Islamic regime is going to block the Strait of Hormuz. So
Well,
with the BCG split meme guy.
Well, that's the thing. They can technically block the Strait of Hormuz, but it's not going to do any good because the U.S. Navy is not going to go into the Strait of Hormuz. So it doesn't really matter. They could lay 10,000 naval mines in the Strait of Hormuz, and it won't have any effect on U.S. operations. It'll have zero effect. And then the regime really will be a pariah because everybody's oil tankers are going to be stuck inside Persian Gulf ports because they're not going to leave. And, the U.S. Navy will simply say, hey, we're dealing with the regime. We'll get to cleaning up the mines, when we're done. You guys are just going to have to deal. You should have let us use your air bases. Neener. But yeah, the whole thing with the submarines, sorry,
just really quickly. So for those who are not familiar with the geography in the area, this is the Strait of Hormuz here. So this is Iran, and then this is this area right here. That's the Strait of Hormuz. This is the Persian Gulf here. I don't know why it says Arabian Gulf. That's an insult. It's the Persian Gulf. So we have to fix that. Shame on Google. And this is the Gulf of Oman here. So, but that's the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah.
And then if you go to the right of the Gulf of Oman, you're into the big area. That's not the Indian Ocean. That's the Arabian Sea, which is not the Persian Gulf.
Yeah.
Okay. That's where the Arabian Sea is right now. That's about where the Abraham Lincoln is. It's not going to move into the Gulf of Oman proper until it's time to start shooting. Okay. So, against a U.S. carrier battle group, torpedoes are a threat if they're coming from Russia or China. They're not a threat from an Iranian missile or a regime mini sub. I'm not even sure if the mini subs have the range to get out into the Arabian Sea. They're basically not going to be a threat. The drones are even funnier because even though they do have range, every drone that Iran or that the regime has, I'm sorry, I keep saying that. Every drone that they have, they have a range that will get as far as Israel. But like Armin pointed out, during the 12-day war, they shot off like 1,000 kamikaze drones. One of them got through. So that's not something that's even a threat. They're going to be, the battle group is going to be looking for it, and they're going to be shot down by the screening destroyers because that's their job. Anything that gets past the destroyers, there's at least one Ticonderoga class cruiser there, and its whole mission is air defense for the carrier. So it's not even worth mentioning. And then, I know the video is going to go on and talk about, ballistic missiles and swarm attacks of drones and maybe even commandos against Gulf bases. That's shooting themselves in the foot if they did that. Because if the U.S. is moving its planes and most of its troops out of the way, all they're going to do is tell those Gulf states, hey, you should have let us keep all of our troops there because we could have defended you. But you didn't. And we moved all of our forces to places where we can operate. So that's dumb on their part. The whole thing about the ballistic missiles, I again, I actively laughed, beating my head into the desk, when they mentioned proximity fuses on these ballistic missiles. We haven't done that. Nobody's done that in 40 years, 50 years at least, because we don't have to. You can just program the missile where it's going to explode, 100 feet off the ground, whatever. You don't need a proximity fuse to do that. Proximity fuses are used for like anti-aircraft artillery, like the big autocannons that you'll see sometimes that are blasting off into the air. Those have proximity fuses. And what that is, there's a little bitty radar pinger in the nose of the shell. And as soon as you fire it, it starts beating out a signal looking for a target. And when it gets a hard return, it explodes. That's all a proximity fuse is. That would be pointless on a ballistic missile. Why would you do that? And Iran, or the regime, doesn't do that. So I look at this video and I'm just, I'm like, what was even the point? You've got, the video's coming up with all of these mobile missile batteries. You don't hide those. A couple of days ago, somebody in the chat asked me, because there was video playing, I think it was an ARMIN video. He was playing this scene from a tunnel complex, and there were all of these big trucks that apparently had missile units in their beds, and not technicals, like semi-trailer size. And they were saying, why would you put the trucks in a tunnel? Well, it keeps them out of the weather, and it theoretically hides them from satellites and reconnaissance aircraft. The problem with that is if you can't really hide it, because they'll see the traffic going in and out of that tunnel. And then all they got to do is drop a bomb that blows that entry apart, and you can't get your missiles out. So it's dumb. If they're actually doing it, which wouldn't surprise me, they're stupid. So, where do you go with that? The difference here, and this is one of the things I didn't understand from last night, the difference between AI Tele and Caspian Report is that Caspian Report is an actual intelligence analyst, and that's important because AI Tele is not. What AI Tele does is they're going to present regime paper capabilities as if they are active and devastating and can't be countered, because that sounds sexy and clickbaity. And literally, that's what it is. Their AI Tele is a YouTube channel in all of its parameters. The reason people were upset about Caspian Report, I'm pretty sure, is because he talked directly about U.S. battle tactics and capabilities that are publicly available, which is fair. And he's not revealing anything that you can't figure out yourself. If you don't know anything about military anything, you can figure that out if you look at a terrain map of Iran and match terrain to politics and realize, yeah, there's only 3 ways in to get at the regime. We're probably only going to use 2. So, and yeah, he's presenting it from the point of view of, I think he presented it wrong about his view on Trump. He could have said that better. And I think that's what upset a lot of people. Here's the thing about Trump. One of the reasons, there's 2 reasons for this, but one of the reasons why we don't have 3 aircraft carriers swarming into the Persian Gulf is that Trump has a lot of issues on his plate that have nothing to do with Iran. Okay, there's a potential civil war breaking out in China right now as we're talking. And that's why the George Washington has not left Japan, because it's not gonna. The USS Ford sitting in the Caribbean is going to stay in the Caribbean because Cuba is about to collapse. Cuba is about to collapse because once we took down Maduro and captured a bunch of Ghost Fleet oil tankers, Cuba has no oil. And they're about to go under too. And Cuba is 90 miles off the coast of Florida. That's far more important to Trump. And China is far more important to Trump than Iran is. That sucks to have to say that, but that's the way it is. And you people have to understand Iran is not an island, and Trump is doing everything he can to help. But it's going to take time, and we've got other fish to fry. And, that's our major problem. But the AI tele video, I had subscribed to them maybe a year ago because they put out some interesting stuff on how Hamas was manufacturing rockets inside of Gaza. And I thought that was pretty slick. I watched this though, and it's like, what the hell is this? What am I even watching? This is, wow. Nobody does this. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of just looks like clickbait, right? I mean, and that's the thing, like because Iran is so hot right now, like everyone wants to monetize off of
Right.
Iran. So they'll just like, I don't know, maybe make videos about anything and everything.
Right. And that, again, that's the difference between AI Tele and Caspian Report. Caspian Reports, except for a badly phrased take on Trump, he's very straightforward and very, I won't say precise, but he's very put together in his presentation. AI Tele is just like, hey, we've got some really cool stuff from Command and Conquer, and here's what it would do to the U.S. Navy. Woo! No, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Yeah. And another thing about this, about the Navy, the U.S. Navy situation with Iran, if you want to, have a target to focus your anger at for why the U.S. Navy only has one spare aircraft carrier, that's Obama and Biden. Because between the two of them, they screwed up the Navy so bad. The Navy is at a point that would have been absolutely unacceptable, 40 years ago when I was in. Number of aircraft carriers didn't matter. It's that there are so many, like half the entire carrier force is currently in dock, undergoing either maintenance or preparing to be dismantled. And we only have 6 aircraft carriers that we can send out, and really only 5 of them, because we got 2 in workup, and we got 3 deployed, 2 in workup, and the Eisenhower is just beginning its workup. And that's a year-long process, or 6 months if you push it. That's why we've only got 1 aircraft carrier to spare. They might scramble the Bush, they might scramble the Roosevelt, but one of those carriers, I guarantee you, is going to the South China Sea to replace the Abraham Lincoln and back up the George Washington because of China. That's why Iran is on the back foot. And again, Trump is doing what he can, but 10 pounds of poop in a 5-pound bag ain't going to work. And that's what we're dealing with. So everybody's just got to hang in. I don't like saying that because I understand what's going on the ground. I get it. I know. But there's just no real way to fix it. Trump is moving forces into position, and he's stalling for time. Like I said a couple of times, the art of diplomacy is the art of saying nice doggy while your snipers get into position. And that's what Trump is doing, because that's really the only option he's got right now.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent analysis. And I mean, honestly, like I'm not a military expert, but I know enough about the Islamic regime to know that there's no way that not just Iran, but like the Islamic regime, but like I don't think any country could beat the American military, right? So
we basically outgun everybody.
Sorry?
I say we basically outgun everybody.
Well, yeah, absolutely. So it's like even like these analysis videos, it's like it's insane. I mean, and like we've even shown, you've seen that weird Mexican mariachi drone video, right?
Okay, here's the deal with the regime's drones, and I don't know why the Mexican mariachi music, if I was going to do something like that, I would totally rip off Basil Poliodorus. And you've seen Conan the Barbarian, right? The original Conan? Okay. The opening musical sequence, that's Basil Poliodorus. Okay. I would totally steal that and use that instead of Mexican mariachi. Because, I mean, how do you argue with that? Yeah. Maybe it's an artifact of Muslims think music is haram or something. I don't know.
I have no idea. I
don't get it. But here's the deal on the drones. Those drones do work in short range on a battlefield where the opposition doesn't really have air defense. Because if the opposition has air defense, they're going to shoot it down fast, quick, and in a hurry. And even as the Ukrainians are finding out in Ukraine, once the Russians realized or remembered that they can hang a 12-gauge shotgun underneath an AK-47 or an AK-74, the little bitty Amazon drones that carry, like RPG warheads, they can shoot those down from the back of a tank. So how good are your drones?
I actually have so we have two questions from the chat for you, Major. So the first one is here below. So someone is ask about the laser weapon in the U.S. Navy warships.
I
don't even know what that is. And
yeah, basically the Navy has been working on an anti-missile laser.
Okay.
For anti-missile defense.
If this isn't public knowledge, maybe we shouldn't share it. I don't know.
No. It is public knowledge.
Okay.
Yeah, this has been an ongoing program for like 30 years now. When the technology started to get available, the anti-missile laser, it went through a couple of iterations, but it is deployed on a couple of ships now. It's really expensive. Cycle time, that's how many times it can fire in a minute, is not where the Navy wants it, but they figure they can do upgrades while it's in service and get it to where they want it to be. It does work. There's just not very many of them, and they are crazy expensive. And the Navy is stuck with limited budgets still. That's starting to improve ever since Trump was inaugurated. But we're not there yet. It doesn't have, like I said, this isn't command and conquer. It takes years to deploy this stuff, especially through as big of a fleet as we have. Right now, I think there's 75 Arleigh Burkes in commission, 75 or 80. If you're going to put one of those units on every one of those ships, that's going to take a decade to outfit them all. In the meantime, we've got, the Phalanx Sea Whiz, that's that rotary cannon, the Gatling gun that you'll see firing every now and then. I think there's in the AI tele video, they actually have footage of that, which is even funnier. But that's a 30 millimeter Gatling gun that fires 4,500 rounds a minute, and the shells that it fires, the projectiles are as long as your hand, and they're over an inch in diameter. 30 millimeters. That solves the close range problem. If they can see the missile coming from a longer way out, we have what's called a rolling airframe missile that most ships have two or three rams on board. And those are basically anti-aircraft missiles that they lock on and shoot at, and that gets them out 10, 12 miles out, which is fine. So yeah, that's a lot. Most of this stuff isn't really, it looks cutting edge for, oh my God, an SA-2, the SA-2. Sorry, that's the missile that's on the screen. The SA-2 was built in the 1950s. I don't care what the regime did to upgrade it. No. Hard no. I'm still, that makes me laugh. That's just funny. But yeah, a lot of the new weapons that you hear about, they put it out there because, hey, we got it to work once. So, the future is bright. But 25 years later, we still don't have a rail gun because power requirements. It takes more power to run a rail gun than to run a laser, and you're getting less utility out of it. So, no.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah.
So the next question is, so Marcus Muster asks, can't they use the drones just with the purpose to overwhelm the air defense with pure mass so that the missiles can get through?
Short answer is no. And that's for both the carrier battle group and for land targets. Because there is a version of the phalanx gun for ground use. That's sorry, that's called the C-RAM, C-RAM. You can look it up on Google. It's basically the exact same phalanx Sea-Whiz. They just gave it different shells, and it's for use on land. The reason they gave it different shells is because you don't want to intercept missiles and drones and mortars with 30 millimeter cannon shells, and have the shells that miss fly into the native or local village downrange. That would be bad. So on all of the C-RAM ammunition, all of the shells have a self-destruct device. If it hasn't hit anything within about 3 kilometers, it explodes on its own. And all that hits the ground is a shower of metal fragments. The reason the drone swarm won't work, like an aerial drone swarm won't work, is because they're too slow. Even if they have the range to get at the carrier battle group inside the, when it's sitting out in the Arabian Sea, even if they can reach them, they're going to see these things a mile away. I mean, miles and miles and miles away. And that skeleton in the boat, that should be the regime.
Yeah.
Wow. But these drones are not stealthy. Okay. They're going to show up with a gigantic radar cross section, and they're going to see this huge cloud coming straight at them. And all of the anti-aircraft gunners are going to have a field day because they're going to have lots of time to shoot all of these things down and make sure that the Sea-Whiz is reloaded and, that they've got a fast belt for reload. That's why the drone swarm only works against the navies of Oman or Saudi Arabia. That can work against them because they don't have the kind of technology we do. The technology that we've had now, the Sea-Whiz was a few years old when I was in the service in the 80s. The rolling airframe missile, that's been on tap, I think, for 25 years now, 25 years. So yeah, there's a lot of them, but we've got plenty of ammunition to take care of it. And another thing that a lot of people don't think about, and I think AI Telling might have tried to mention this, but failed, is logistics. See, you don't have an infinite ammo switch. There's no infinite ammo cheat for the carrier battle group. Those guys are going to fire and they're going to destroy that whole drone swarm. And, they only have a limited amount of ammo to replenish with on board the destroyer. That's why, and this is the important thing about a carrier battle group, it's not just carrier. There's always a couple of ships with it. This is all public domain info. There's always a couple of ships with it. There are fleet oilers and there are what are called storage ships that carry dry bulk and ammunition. And they're going to go ahead and destroy all of these things. By all means, burn down their missiles, burn down their Sea-Whiz cannon shells. And, while the regime is trying to figure out, well, gee, do we have anything else to send? Those store ships have pulled alongside and are doing what's called UNREP, which is underway replenishment. And that's where they sling cables over to the ship that they're supplying, and they winch over pallets of ammo and food. And the crew on the actual warship takes all that stuff, breaks it down, runs it over to the guns, and puts them back in the ammo bunkers. So when the regime finally does get its act together and they send drone swarm number 2, they're waiting. All the destroyers have reloaded, and we're in for round 2. We figured this out a long time ago. The minute the Soviet Union started putting anti-ship missiles on what were basically PT boats, that's when we started development of the Seaweas. And when you develop the weapon, you develop how to resupply the weapon. And it's a lot harder for the Navy to do, so they pay attention to this very carefully. So my final tally on this is no, the U.S. Navy is under no threat from Iranian drones. They're under no threat from, regime. Yeah, I know. Regime drones or regime submarines. I would say that they were under moderate threat from IRGC speedboats that have, what do you call it? As a matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to do something for the chat here. Give me 1 sec. IRGC. Here we go. Bog hammer rockets. Okay. When we're talking about the IRGC and their rocket boats, open image in new tab. I'm going to post a link in the chat so people, because I can't post a picture. Ugh. Okay, I can't do that.
Wait, what do you want to do?
Well, I was trying to share an image. You know what? Maybe I can do this. Let's go to Instagram, because I am obviously on my phone.
Yeah.
But I can go into StreamYard from here, and I can drop a link to you.
Okay. Yeah.
Or actually, no. What I'll do instead of a link, I'm just going to drop the image to you in Insta.
On Insta?
Yeah. If you look on Instagram, I just dropped a picture to you.
Okay. Yeah.
You should be able to pull that up.
Yeah. Let me pull that up here.
Yeah. Now, what that is excuse me. What that is the IRGC's armed speedboat, and that's sorry. That's got the thing on the front, the big black thing on the front. That is a DSHK. That's a few days ago when we were talking about the 12.7 millimeter machine guns. That's what was firing those rounds, is a Dishka. The thing on top is, you see there's a bunch of tubes. What those are 107 millimeter rocket tubes that are based on the Chinese Type 63 rocket launcher. All right. What these things are, it's 107 millimeters in diameter with a rocket about as long as your arm. And it's got a range of 6 miles or so. If you have a swarm of 10 or 20 of those boats and they can get close enough to a destroyer, they are a threat if they get in rocket range. They're not going to get that close. The destroyers are going to be too far out at sea, and they're going to see these guys coming because they're running high speed marine racing engines. They're like a big speedboat down at the local marina, with the 2 big Mercury outboards. Those things are really distinctive, and on sonar, you can hear them from a couple hundred miles away. Everybody's going to know. And those things, while those rockets are reasonably dangerous, they're not going to outrun they don't outrange the actual cannon armament on a destroyer or on cruiser, which will thump out, to like 10 miles, 10, 12 miles. You're just not going to do that. There's some other boats that they have that are a threat. But that's why they have that. That's why I'm trying not to throw out too many acronyms. the carriers will operate, they'll operate aircraft on patrol way out in front, doing what's called ISR, which is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. And they look for boats like this and the more dangerous boats, which actually have combat-proven anti-ship missiles aboard. Those are a threat. But again, there's not many of those. They have a really distinctive signature when you're listening for them. And, airplanes are going to see these things from way out. As soon as they leave port, they're going to know, hey, that thing is coming. That's dangerous. We're going to watch that boat. And if it gets within a certain radius, we're going to destroy that boat. And these things, maybe if they tried to get into gun range of, Chabahar or Bandar Abbas, maybe they might be a threat. But practically speaking, no.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for that. I appreciate your analysis. It's very helpful for me because I know nothing about military stuff. So it's always good to learn, and I really do appreciate that. Someone asked, to what extent is the U.S. military coordinated with the IDF? I would just say we're not going to know until after the operation because they're not going to say anything. They're not going to give anything away. But I think if we look at what happened during the 12-day conflict, there seemed to be some coordination between the IDF and the United States, especially when the United States went after the nuclear facilities. So,
well, I can actually answer that.
Oh, all right, go for it.
The answer to that question is yes. Coordination does exist. The details of that coordination are up in the air, and nobody's going to talk about that openly. And if you see somebody in chat saying, well, Israel and America are going to do this or they're going to do that. No, they're not. Because that person has no idea what they're talking about. They're just trying to sound important and experienced and edgy. And no, I'll tell you flat out, I don't have any classified material. Because I write, and you've seen a couple of my articles, Goldie, and I've tagged you a couple of times.
Oh,
I actively do not want classified information. I don't want anybody giving me anything like that because I don't want to be in possession of it because I might use it. And, so I actively avoid that. And if you've got somebody, for anybody in the chat, if you've actually got somebody like a kid, one of your kids sitting on a ship in a carrier battle group, and they're telling you, "Hey, I'm part of the George Bush battle group, and we're passing, Gibraltar right now." First of all, don't put that in the chat. Second of all, tell your kid to shut the hell up before you get both of you. I hate this. I can't talk. Before they get both of you arrested for espionage and or treason. Because no, you don't give coordinates. And if you want to know how seriously the Navy takes this, a couple of years ago, there was a junior enlisted seaman who was working in an intelligence office, and he snapped a selfie of himself, and he tried to angle it so that he wasn't looking at a computer where the camera couldn't see his computer screen, but it did catch his computer screen. He's in jail now. I think they did throw the book at him, and they actually did put him in Leavenworth, but then they let him out and just gave him a dishonorable discharge and booted him just before Trump got into office. I have no sympathy for that kid, because don't bring a damn camera into a secure space. You just don't, because you're potentially handing critical intelligence to any hostile group.
Yeah. And that's actually one of the reasons why, I personally tend to avoid, talking about, okay, where are they? What's the location? The way I see it is we'll know when we're supposed to know. And there's, no need to try and guess where they are or do any of that, because that goes against OPSEC. And it is a very serious thing.
It is. Now, this is an important thing that I can bring up. This is the other reason why we don't have enough carriers right now. This is public domain information. Okay, publicly posted. Back on the 20th of January from my source. There were 11 aircraft carriers, nuclear aircraft carriers. Right now, when all this started, we only had 3 carriers that were, it's called forward deployed. That was the George Washington, which is in Yokosuka, Japan, the Abraham Lincoln, which had gone on patrol into the South China Sea to relieve the Washington because it had been out at sea for a year. And when the call came, the Lincoln's battle group did an unrep and then started cracking screw to get to the Arabian Sea. Then you've got the Gerald Ford sitting in the Caribbean. The only other 3 aircraft carriers that we have that are workable right now is the GHW Bush and the Theodore Roosevelt, both of which are undergoing what's called COMP2X. The acronym doesn't really matter. What COMP2X is a series of drills and checklists that every carrier battle group has to go through during what's called workup to make sure that the ships know not to run into each other and to make sure that the carrier knows what wind over the deck means. So they don't shoot a plane off the deck and have it go plop into the ocean right in front of the bow. That's bad. So you want to do all these exercises first, and then they certify them and they say, okay, great, go out on patrol. Here's your patrol track. That's been standard now for, good Lord, 50 years, 60 years. Those are the only 2 carriers where we don't really know where they are. The Dwight Eisenhower was the carrier in the Red Sea that was shooting at the Houthis for most of 14 months, which is a brutal deployment. And they sent the Eisenhower back to Norfolk in Virginia, and just told everybody, hey, go home for a while they did some maintenance on the ship and let everybody rest. Well, now the Eisenhower is in the first stages of its workup program, which is going to take at least 3 to 6 months before they're safe to get out with a battle group. Of the other 5 aircraft carriers, everybody knows where they are, publicly available. The Nimitz is currently in Bremerton, Washington, being partly dismantled before it does its last mission, its last sail to Norfolk, where it's going to undergo dismantling and decommissioning because the ship is 50 years old and it's been beat to hell. The Stennis is completing its refueling. Thank Biden for that, because it's been refueling for 4 years now. Not kidding. It went into the fueling dock in 2021. That's a process that takes 12 to 18 months. We're in 2026 and it's not done yet. Thank Biden for COVID. And parked in the estuary in Norfolk is the USS Truman, which is waiting to refuel. And the reason they don't turn it around and send it back out to sea is because it had a collision with a merchant vessel in the Mediterranean last year, early last year, or no, that was back in 2024. And it has to undergo hull maintenance to fix the problems before they can put it back out to sea. The Reagan and the Stennis, Reagan and Vinson are both in dry dock they're in the middle of a life cycle overhaul. They're not refueling, but they're in a 2-year dry dock, completely out of the water, where they've got to overhaul the ships because they're kind of old and they've gotten a lot of hard use over the last few years. That's our entire carrier fleet. So yeah, we now have 3 ships deployed, 2 more that are probably being deployed. Where are the Bush? Where's the TR? Nobody knows. I don't know. And I don't want to know. None of my business. Mm-hmm. I'm not a battle planner. and we're not going there. The Eisenhower is not really in a position to scramble yet, although they could if it was an extreme emergency, like a Russia or Chinese emergency, which might happen now. I haven't been on, I haven't been in the chat moderating a lot because in the last, week or so, because I'm double timing, looking at China, because China actually scares me. This is the worst I've ever seen China in 40 years. And it's actively scary. Because China is a tier 1 nuclear armed state. They're not Pakistan.
Yeah.
And if China goes into an actual civil war, which it seems to be on the razor's edge of now, that's really scary. I thought I was not going to have to teach my introduction to radiological operations course again, but I'm probably going to have to, and it's really going to annoy me.
Wow.
I used to do that. I used to teach. I wrote up a course back in the early days of the GWAT when everybody was in Iraq. I wrote it up for private military companies who were going to send teams into Iraq, and it's called Introduction to Operations in the Radiological, Chemical, and Biological Environment. And it's a 24-hour class, 3 8-hour modules that cover the absolute basics of what you need to know to go downrange. If you're going to be in a radiological or a biological or a chemical environment. I stopped with that. Things happened. But starting in the early 2010s, mid 2010s, I started teaching that to police departments in North Texas. And I had whittled it down to just the radiological portion and the chemical portion because there just wasn't a big biological component. And that's the kind of training that SWAT teams don't really get. Because there's a lot of improvised chemical weapons that people can build. No, I'm not going to talk about it on YouTube. Don't ask. I kind of gleeked out one hint about that, and I really regret doing that. Nope. But now I'm at the point where I might start leveraging my contacts to talk to the Lubbock Police Department and see if they have undergone any kind of training like that.
Mm-hmm.
That I might have to go do that again.
Oh, wow.
I have no problem doing that for the right people,
Well, thank you so much, Major. Really, really appreciate that. Really appreciate your input, especially on the American military side, because that's not something that I know too much about.
Mm-hmm.
I just know, things fly and then they go boom, and that's about the extent of my knowledge there. So no, I do appreciate that. Really helpful. But I mean, the one thing I do know for a fact is that there's literally no army in the world that could, stand against the U.S. military, and that includes the Islamic regime, which Islamic regime is a joke, guys. It's a joke. The only thing they're good at is murdering unarmed Iranians. That's
right.
The only thing they're good at, but their military is literally a joke when it comes to that. But Major, thank you so much for being here, for your input. Guys, it's getting to that time of the day where I'm just going to restart the live stream because we're going on about 6 hours now, and that's when things get a little wonky. So stick around. I'm going to restart. I'm not going to do the full 1 hour pre-show because there's so much to go through. I have a whole bunch of videos lined up for you as well from the demonstrations. And by the way, guess what? The pro-Palestine jihadis are attacking Iranians. So we're going to get into all of that. So make sure that you're liking and following. Everyone put a big M in the chat and a salute for Major to show your appreciation. And make sure you're liking, following, subscribing, because I'm literally just going to restart the chat. So I will see you guys in 5 minutes.
All right. Take it easy.
Enrichment and our defense capabilities are our legitimate rights. As a full and committed member of NPT, we have every right to do enrichment for peaceful purposes. And you cannot tell another country that you shouldn't exercise your right, otherwise you will be attacked.
We are 2 months away from enriching weapons-grade uranium to be used for peaceful purposes. It will be used only for medical research and clean energy. It will, and will certainly never be used to attack oh boy.